Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. How y'all doing today? HE to 20 today? That'd be cool. Right now, not quite that, but neat. Personal spending grew 4 times faster than personal income. Nice, Dork. Oh, Dork, can you confer? The market is currently below gamma neutral at open. Thank you. Don't worry, probably not for long. Jamie has been knocking on 1855 and rejecting. What's the resistance? Like 1850. There's a lot of sold calls. Gamma neutral's at 45.28. Chewy down 11% on the back of one downgrade. Sounds about right. Or because it's overvalued and you bought it going into earnings and then it got downgraded. Otherwise, I feel like you wouldn't care about the valuations of Chewy, right? Express getting the classic we reverse split, so beat the tar out of us treatment. What better way to average down your short position? Well, price to book and price to earnings aren't that important, but yeah, it's are quite high. Ooh, hey Dork, that's kind of bearish. They wouldn't have gone and sold 45.20 yesterday, right? Like got in the money? In the money puts? Fucking greedy fucks, man. Can we call HE man? Oh, how's that doing? Ooh, nice little overnight move. Are some of the memes pumping? Express getting the classic. Express has a 3 million float now? Yes. I yes. The pumpers are becoming increasingly pickle jar. Hmm. You mean buying out of the money shit that doesn't print? Should I hold a little longer or dump my all of my underperforming bear cubs? I don't know how much theta you have on them. Think J&J will ever see below 162. But someday when it breaks 163, maybe. Your DD said bullish over 452, bearish under 4,500. So likely all day chop between the two. So if we fail to break gamma neutral here, we may drop toward the, like, there may be more at the money profit taking, and we could drop toward the lower end of that range. I mean, under 4,500's a little more bearish, but it's not like very bearish, right? Like any drop that doesn't fall below 44.75 to 44.60 can be reversed, and reversed quickly too, right? Because if we're just under the collar, its charm is gonna benefit the bull side, right? Are there any market participants that are interested in keeping GN out of the money in an attempt to fuck the pumpers? Is anyone big enough to prevent them from getting it? Well, they prevented them from getting it yesterday. Um, and yeah, the person best at preventing the bulls from getting gamma neutral are ironically the bulls. Are there any market participants? Dixie up, bonds up, market up. Let's fucking go. At least everything's in agreement, right? VIX up? GME's just getting shorted every morning so they can stabilize its price against the rising indexes. So a little bit of liquidity in the morning, short the fuck out of it at open, and then try to cover the rest of the day without pumping it too much. IWM ripping. It's really easy to control the price of a stock when no one buys or sells it. IWM ripping, AMC, GME, and GME getting shorted. Sigh. That GME and AMC aren't in IWM. So that doesn't not make sense. The contradictory thing that you're searching for there doesn't exist. Relinquished. Hypothetically, if you had $27, what would you YOLO it on to make over 1K today? Hypothetically. Lunch. Can you take a look at Fubo and give a quick take if CC are a good idea on this pump before the weekend? I don't think I'd sell cover calls on Fubo right now. No, that seems dumb. So you want to sell covered calls into rising prices? Curious. Why would someone... Okay. Hey guys, look, Baba's back down again. Baba. Never up, never down enough. Let's see. Ooh, Dixie 103.60. Dixie's ripping. The 2 years at break even. Correction, J Fresh. Growth down. Value up. Duh. PT on Baba shift up with Baba's recent move? No? I mean, the PT doesn't matter. I'm still buying out the money puts, right? So I don't care if it hits, at this point, I don't care if it hits risk, mid, or the PT. But no, the support and resistances didn't change because the price moved up. Hold on. Ooh, fun. We rejected off of gamma neutral. That's exciting, right? We're pulling out all the stops right now. QQQ looks regarded on the 1 minute. Well, you got to give them credit for trying. I'm going to hold my SPY 447 Cubs, expiring tomorrow into the ground. This is the way. All right. Also, PMI is up. Hmm. That doesn't really matter. Chicago PMI? Okay. Yeah, I mean, not much. It's still contracting, by the way. Under 50 is contracting. We got some 8 and 4 week auctions at like 11:30. We got some mortgage rate shit at noon, but we're pretty much done with the data for today. It's okay, guys. Lower growth and hot inflation means stocks should be worth more money. I saw this joke yesterday, but didn't get it. What's the deal with HE and lean hogs? I have no idea. Lean hogs is probably a euphemism for penises. But you want to know gamma, but GN, DN, and GME? Oh, on GME? It's the fucking, like, the same as yesterday. You want to know how many cents it moved up? Fucking Delta Neutral moved from 1701 to $17.16. And Gamma Neutral moved from 450 to 650. Gamma Max moved down to 2344. I love having gray names in here demanding stuff. I'll never financially recover from that change in Delta Neutral. Get fucked. Um, he is the ticket. HE is the ticket for Lean Hogs futures. Oh, that's also the ticker for Hawaiian Electric. J&J failed 162. Look at that. How low do you think Express could be shorted now that the split has happened? I have no idea. Low? Probably pretty low. You know what's cool? The borrow rate on Siri went up. You still recommend that debit call spread on Tesla, or is it just a better entry and slide the spread down a bit? I mean, you probably don't have to slide the spread very much. How much is Tesla down? I probably wouldn't enter on a rejection, but is it turning around or something? It still looks like shit. Why would you enter? No. I mean, it's below risk and it hasn't caught a bounce. I probably wouldn't enter that at all. Maybe if it picks up a little recovery there. Opened below risk too, despite the initial market reaction to the day. It's now back below it again. Yeah, make sure this doesn't reject, because this is a breakdown right now. Okay, so we're short in VIX. And we're pumping tech. And we're still below gamma neutral. This does not bode well for my SPX 4530 calls. Puts on Yahoo Finance journalist IQ. Dow rises after PCE data hints at cooling inflation. I didn't know that one print higher than the prior one hinted at cooling. Well, short calls at 500 be squeezed out on NVIDIA. If they get pressured enough. Otherwise, they'll just sell more of them like they did yesterday. NVIDIA also trading at resistance. You'll find that most of the Mag 7 are trading at resistance here, with maybe the exception of like Microsoft. Microsoft's not doing too hot. Google's ripping. Netflix got rejected on resistance. Apple's doing all right. Apple's probably going to keep going up. Amazon broke resistance to the upside. Next stop on Amazon's like, well, if it breaks 37.50, the next stop's like 141. So, a little $2 move there. Huh. On TV Mobile, the company underneath the ticker literally says Lean Hogs as opposed to say Apple, where it says Apple. I click and it goes to Hawaiian Electric. All right. That's probably just something fucked up in their programming on the back end because they have the same ticker. I strolled down memory lane to the old Jimmy AMC MOASS days. Were you ever an ape? No. I think on my like first or second stream, I was pretty clear that I thought the term ape was fucking stupid. And maybe slightly racist. Depending on the context in which people were taking free will using it. Liberties. Taking liberties. It's just hinting at lower inflation. It overwhelmingly says that we have hotter inflation, but has a hint of optimism. If you like the Yahoo take, you should have seen the Bloomberg linguistical and mental gymnastics. I can only imagine. Hotter inflation actually does point to cooling inflation. Don't worry, it's a complex math thing that only genius stock analysts can fully grasp. You mean the ones that valued NVIDIA at $1,100? Did you never peruse Reddit when the incels were in full force using the word ape? Or see some of the memes? I mean, technically we're all apes, regardless of your color. EXPR market cap 37 million, bargain bin. It's very cheap. Slightly racist. It's certainly originated at my job. Hey man, I heard they hired 2 black guys. So sounds like they're pretty diverse now. I also love the article on EU CPI beating expectations by being up. Similarly, I beat Tiger Woods in golf by having a higher score. But why no Latino representation at the Fed? I don't know. It's really disappointing. More importantly, why hasn't it been addressed? Even though it's been, brought up for the last 10 years and multiple seats have been opened up on the FOMC board, still no Latino representation at the Fed. So we break in gamma neutral or, well, we have a little bit. Technically. Hold on one second. Oh. Today's going to be a fun one. All right, what are we targeting? 45.50? That doesn't look particularly strong. It looks like sold calls. It looks like all those calls are sold, Dork. YouTube is about to shut the stream down? Probably not. Forget apes. What about Korean ants? Jesus, I remember that too. They were going to trigger MOASS, right? Yellen isn't Latina. No, despite the juiciness of her caboose, she is not. I played some calls on Tesla the first 15 minutes and stopped out with profit. Okay, well, that's cool. Just like a quick scalp. I mean, it works, but there's a decent amount of upside range there if the market keeps running. And that's really the question here with Tesla is the market going to keep running or not? And rejections, especially hard ones, on gamma neutral or not, super bullish. Could the sold calls help the bulls if they find a way to get up there and pressure them out? Well, there's 0 DTE, but yeah, a little bit. Janet Yellen Hernandez. Could the sold calls help the bulls if they find a way? Are we waiting for a further break of GN or just a push down now? I mean, I wouldn't call this a confirmed rejection, but it is a rejection. You could wait for a breakdown of 45.25 or maybe even 20 before making any serious decisions. Believe it or not all price action, and I know this is going to sound crazy to some of you, needs to have calls and puts bought on it. Sometimes it's just not worth getting a position at all. Your port isn't going to dry up and die if it doesn't have something actively losing money in it. FUD? Boo? I'm sorry. I'd like to dump a bunch of cash into inverse instruments like NVDS and SPXS. Is today the day? I don't know. Is it? So they got GN. What now? As soon as they start buying back puts, the market will tank. Well, I don't think they're going to try to buy back very many puts below gamma neutral. That would be stupid. I know of at least 3 people, wrongly rightish, that watch the stream but don't trade stocks at all. I don't know why, but they do. One of them is a billionaire. He just like listens like it's a podcast. Puts all his money in his 401k. Yeah, he doesn't trade stocks, right? For expresses, cash, and operating activities, what's the negative 400 million last quarter? Was that the Bonobos acquisition? No. I think they got Bonobos cheaper than that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. I didn't really look at their earnings last quarter. Does it count as trading stocks if you only play 0 DTEs and you always hold them to expiry? No. This is the best financial goth podcast around. I will say having the stream open while I work is nice. Work from home and it gets real quiet sometimes. Fair enough. Thanks, man. There is an immense amount of knowledge about macroeconomics to be learned here. I mean, yeah. I don't even know what that means, Dave. Does he not trade because he blew his account up? I don't know. No, he said he's never really traded. He just like stumbled. He told me he stumbled on the stream one day when he was like looking up GME because it was all over Reddit. And then he's just been watching ever since. But he never bought GME or AMC. He's like 50 something. He just like puts his money in his retirement accounts. I think last year he moved all of his stuff into like bonds. And he was like really, really proud of himself. Like before everything tanked. What a Chad. Is there a CBOE ticker that essentially represents the profitability of an at the money zero DTE straddle open? I don't think so. You could probably get an idea. Well, you might be able to get an idea of the odds of profitability of one. I mean, VIX is probably your best indicator. But that would be operating under the presumption that you're going to treat the legs as both legs as one position. He's the best trader in here. He might be, actually. He's done pretty well with his two portfolio moves over the last 2 years. Well, no, he started moving back into equities in December because we were getting so bullish on the inflation data coming in cooler. And then now he's considering moving back to bonds because he doesn't like the outlook. He's better than all of us. Who's this genius that did not buy GME or AMC? I'd like a lesson in self-control and bullshit meter reading. If they don't break GN here, I'm gonna sell. Okay. Kind of sounds like he trades stocks. I don't know if repositioning your 401k once a year is the same as trading stocks. That's one trade a year. He trades. That's So you're saying Warren Buffett's in fact the greatest trader of our generation? Because he is. Why are bulls struggling? They had it above GN for a moment because they suck. And being just above GN is not good enough. You need a bit of padding there. Pump it higher, bulls, so I can sell my zero DTE bear call. Thanks. I mean, they're doing their best, all right? Although their best may not be good enough here. That does look like it's gonna fail. Hmm. How's HE doing? Damn. Pulled back again. I wonder if it holds 1350 today. Sui down. Upstarts. Hmm. Man, they're really pushing back against Upstart really hard. GME looks like it's gonna start turning around. I'm gonna close my covered calls that expire tomorrow. The price would you say to confirm a break above? Uh, I mean, at least the next strike above it. But currently it's at 45.2878, so I would say probably above like 45.32 before GN adds any kind of support. Closing CC for GME tomorrow closed. Looks like I got a little bit of a candle. But not that I'm expecting all that much movement, but I had 1850s. So 300% up on my remaining J&J. Seems like a good time to call it. Thanks to the pickles picker. No problem, man. Congratulations. That one worked out pretty well. I do hope you know that it's likely to keep dropping from here, but I don't dislike your approach. There's definitely resistance at 160, so you triggered MOASS. Oh, I didn't. What are you gonna imply that my covered calls are somehow keeping the price of GME suppressed? That's insane. Quick, somebody do the math to find out how many covered calls unwinding to cause a 25-cent move. It turns out that DFV and Gherk were the short hedgies all along. Sometimes we just call each other and like we're just like, bro, look what happens when we buy back all our covered calls. No, that doesn't happen. I wish it did. Buying back covered calls is the same like buying calls, right? Yeah. I just came here to say that Gurk is again net long and GME. We are the same. That's insane, man. I didn't have that many open. Relax. Most of my cover calls expired last week. No, you and DV just let them expire so Apex can happen to resell higher. That's that's crazy talk. I don't even own enough of the float to substantially move the price of the underlying. Like if I sold everything all at once right now, we'd probably just go like back to VWAP. No, I think they're already aware that de-risking is the smart move, Lawrence. Is there hope for Macy's recovery still? It's been turning around the last few days. Yeah, it's clawing its way back up. I don't think it's like a good like super long-term hold, but it is turning around a bit. It doesn't matter. I can't really sell. The shares I bought are only up like 5 cents. So that's on selling next week's NVIDIA bear call out of the money to scalp long weekend theta decay. Wouldn't you want something that expires on Monday to do that? Not something that expires next Friday. Also, NVIDIA IV's garbage. That's on price action. You think we chop around here until 9:15 while we slowly grind away? Well, the problem with chopping around here, because there's no liquidity, is that they keep having to short to generate their own, right? If they can't squeeze out the calls at 45.60 to 80, which is the next level of calls, then we simply won't go up anymore. Well, at least on the index. I mean, they can pump the components as much as they want, but really all they're doing is encouraging more call selling on the individual like heavily weighted components of the SPX, right? Like yesterday on NVIDIA, they did all that pumping and then everyone just sold 500s. So yeah, they need some liquidity and bearish news doesn't really bring that in for them. So they need to get people bullish again after everyone bought the top and then immediately experienced a 500 BPS pullback, and people are feeling moderately cautious. Not to mention, the dollar's moving up and financial conditions are continuing to tighten, so that's tricky too. You bought Macy's shares? Yeah, I picked up shares and I bought some 12.50 and $13 calls. I 12.50, 13.50 calls. I closed the 13.50s because I didn't buy very much theta on them, and then I have like a few calls for October, but not a lot. I mean, my exposure to Macy's is pretty small. I just think that they're worth a little bit more than $12 right now. Is there any way to backtest that? Yeah, yeah, you could. Well, I mean, there's not that many earnings. You could do it manually, but yeah, you could probably backtest it. Probably like a simple Python program, or you could use Excel. Although, well, I guess you could get the options data from like CBOE. The historic options data is hard to get. Tesla looking decent off of the bounce. I mean, everything's kind of crawling up slow right now, but I haven't entered Tesla yet. It's still kind of pretty flat on open today. I'm probably just being overly cautious here, but I'm worried that a rejection would crush the price action, and I don't like rising consolidation. TradingView has a decent backtesting library in Pine. Yeah, but you can't really test options contracts in TradingView. It doesn't calculate them properly. I might be able to simulate an options contract. This already sounds like too much work. Well, I misclicked and now I'm the owner of a 4525p, so we're gonna break GN soon. Fidelity has new AI backtesting tools. It's like a backtesting chatbot. That's interesting. I bought them all 2 summers ago, actually. I've had to start throwing them out. Some of them are beyond expiration. VV Deb. All this VIX shorting just for this lousy price action. Yep. Do you think we fall back to yesterday's close on SPX today? We still could, yeah. If any profit taking occurs on zero DTE calls, especially after multiple failures of breaking through gamma neutral in any substantial way, we could get a failure back to, I mean, 45.15 doesn't seem out of the question completely. We're probably still a little ways away from that. Yeah. When was that updated? 15 minutes ago? Mm, still a decent ramp up to 44.50-ish. No, that's not that good. 44.20, 45.25 is pretty well defended, though. If Bulls manage to get a foothold above GN, do we see 45.50 possibly? I would say 40 right now is a bit more likely. The 50 is sold. And this might fail again. They're trying. Remember, I really want to see them break like 32. Sub 14 VIX presents Vega positioning opportunities. Yeah, yeah. Is this ascending wedge bearish? Technically. The SPX is up 259 basis points in the last 3 trading days. Well, 3 plus this morning. I was counting Friday midday. Why not from open on Friday? are using a non-standard accounting of day-over-day price increases. You're just measuring from the peaks. What is bullish right now? Nothing. I mean, the positioning, but that's about it. So that misclick earlier is starting to hurt a lot. It's only been like 5 minutes. So if you could tell BlackRock to bring us down to a healthy 45.20, that'd be great. You literally bought puts, like you're trying to grab puts from under a potential rocket ship. That's, I mean, probably gonna have to wait a while. This will probably move higher before it breaks down. Well, there's not really a lot of shorts here. Not not at the money. Most of the sold calls are at like 44.60 through 80, and even that's not a very big pile of them. And then the rest are way the fuck out of the money. Like 45.50, 4600. Because everyone reports non-gap. It's pretty standard. Is the upside bull signal still a clean break of 45.35 for ES? We broke 45.32. Now what? I mean, it may still get rejected, but probably keep going higher. I think it just said that, right? Like a minute ago. We'll probably go higher here before moving down. Unless this gets like rug pulled by futures or something. We've got a little bit of stability. And there's calls out of the money. But Gork, the wedge, well, the wedge can just continue, right? Like, even if we fail back to GN here, if we find support at GN and bounce, then we'll move just a little higher on the next leg. So we're at the bull signal here, but it needs a few dollars before it's confirmed. No, I mean, we're above the bull signal on SPX. That's 45.28. You would generally enter that below the bull signal, but it could be rejected because it's weak. It's not a very strong breakout. I think the fear is that if GN is broken, it won't break down anymore. Really? I think the upside of GN is worse for the bulls than underneath it. Like it's better in the fact that they have someone to buy the dip they create by de-risking, but there's less liquidity. Like it's much harder to pump the market above gamma neutral than it is below it. There's no secret Tootsie Roll DD. Do you have a PT for GME? I don't know, like $23 or something. Eventually. I, I don't think today's the day for it, but it's getting pressured a little. Pre-market liquidity is kind of grinding down. It gets a little harder to stop covering eventually. But it's probably not really hard to keep the price action moderate until like $20. After $20, it's gonna get a little crazier, but we're still a long way off. Ah, I picked such a great time to close my covered calls. Huh. Oil, TLT, Dixie, and every major index up. Hedging Vegas for suckers. Short vol trade will print forever. /S. Nice. So above GN, greater stability. Below, more volatility. Yep. So all of this pumping is just to de-risk under GN safely? I mean, we don't know. If they start de-risking, then we'll have an idea. I mean, this pumping may simply be to reduce overall, like, positional Vega exposure, right? What's the deal with ETF FTDs? I mean, I don't think they're that significant, but they're over, like, the next 6 days. Gerd closed his CCs on the price rockets. Coincidence? I don't know what you're talking about. Your CCs were keeping GME down, admit it. I mean, that's nonsense. I can only, I mean, at most, I can only sell like 1,600 and change calls. It's like not even very many. How long have you been the sole market maker for GMA? Do you think we'll see some after earnings dumps for GME? Or are you expecting a positive earnings report? I think there's a possibility that it beats on EPS, but I think revenues are still gonna suck. And, I expect the usual from Cohen, which is nothing. Best channel since Charlie's vids took me out. Why would you look for stock information from a guy who sells used Mazdas? When he made a video about checking the Reddit servers and airplane fuel not melting steel beams, did nothing in your head go, that's odd? Say the line, Girk. There will be no forward guidance at this time. I mean, Lawrence is absolutely a shill. No question about it. I don't know about Zom 130 right now, but it got rejected off of 112 yesterday, which is resistance. Oil's moving back up though, so that's some positive pressure. I don't think 115's out of the question. You might need some time. Also, this is a terrible entry, but nothing like buying a lot of theta at an upside resistance. I don't have any, well, I don't have any straight up calls on GME. I just have debit spreads. Hey, now, car dealerships are technically financial institutions. Astro was that guy who had the sling blade dude on his channel who was trying to explain fractals to people, right? Express is up 1,800% today. I'm rich. No. You're actually a little poorer. How does one get into meat thermometers? Are you like selling them? We also said there were codes in the order book. Yeah, he was an idiot. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like 99% of like finance YouTubers, you can watch 5 seconds of their content and know whether they're completely full of shit or not. So I don't know how people are stupid enough to get like roped into it. You're telling me I shouldn't pay for Trade Trade's Discord? I mean, you know what? Here's the one thing I actually liked about Trade Trades in the beginning. I don't know if he changed later on because I didn't pay attention, but in the beginning he was like, "I'm an idiot that bought a bunch of this stock," right? And that was it. There was no he didn't put on any airs. He didn't try to sell anything to anybody. People would ask him questions and he'd be like, "I don't know. I'm retarded." Right? So at least he wasn't disingenuous with people. Like Matt Kors, who traded, $500 of Ethereum in college and was like, oh, let me pick out some options for you guys, and then proceeded to lose 50 grand on Tesla a day, paid for by super chats. Thanks so much for the Tesla Pickles pick today. This is the first good day I've had in a while, man. I needed this. PT roughly 262-ish. Um, the high PT is like 266. Low PT 261.66. '60 is an important resistance. Now that it's above 250, 257.50. No, AMC was a thing before trade trades was a thing, but he definitely made it his thing. What are your top 5 worst YouTube investors? I don't know their names. Is that guy from Wrench Capital still buying that one stupid fucking stock? Is this a rejection? Well, we've fallen back below gamma neutral. So a rejection occurred. Yeah. Face paint man? But that was like, I thought he had like a video game channel and he was just super into DRS. Wrench Capital bought the peak last year in January. Him and Tom Lee. If we start debriefing you on YouTubers we've encountered, you'd up the price of Dillionaire? Probably. There's so many futures traders that trade on demo accounts and tell people they make 10K a day. Who else is like a big shill? Humbled Trader, Warrior or whatever. Uh, the one who looks like skinny J Fresh. Cosmic Lightning Warrior was very clear that he was not, it was very obvious that he was not trading stocks. He was simply buying shit at GameStop and talking about DRS, which is not the same, right? He didn't have like a trading course. Yeah, red candles. Houston Wade is legit. I don't know. Did you sell your MMTLP at $10 or hold it and cry conspiracy? I mean, Uncle Bruce is like a financial advisor who worked in the Caymans, right? So he's not he's not a trader or anything, but he understands like valuations, which is better than most of the people out there. Uncle Bruce is telling all his followers to sell CCs on GME way early on. Oh, when they would get blown up every other day? Yeah, I know. Shockingly, when IV's like 250%, selling CC is not the best idea. I learned trading from Ape Andy. Yeah, I still never figured out who that guy was. He like lived in a hotel lobby or something. Canada's really expensive on a fixed income, Yaga. Are you gonna sell CCs into earnings? I mean, I'm gonna sell CCs again. Probably not into earnings, but maybe after. Andrew Mo Money wasn't even a trader. He just read out super stock DD every morning. I don't really remember Lou. Wasn't he just like a con artist though? Like a convicted con artist? Lou said he built computer systems on Wall Street. Why are all these people homeless? That's my question. Like Charlie's vids and who's that other dipshit with the space helmet? All their videos are like filmed in their like 1998 cars, and then like Lou's in Central Park and Ape Andy's in a hotel lobby where he's clearly not welcome. Why does nobody question that? Let's see what's behind your green screen. No, my walls are disgusting. I've posted pictures before. Alright, guys, it's time for me to tell you why I'm pissed, and MOASS is almost upon us. But first, don't forget to like and subscribe. They traded their houses for moon tickets. Disgusting how? They're oak paneling from like the 50s. It's real oak, so it makes it impossible to hang anything up on them without damaging them. Astro and his price reader will be forever burned into my brain. Jesus Christ. Someone just bought 114,000 Amazon 120Cs for November 17th, 250 million premium. Are you sure someone didn't just sell those? If blunders were a thing, J-roll though? J-roll's just creepy. Can we please forget about all these nightmarish YouTubers? Let's focus on the now and the future. Thanks. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. No, my apartment is what I like to call like 1970s lake cabin chic. The kitchen's a little more modern. The bedroom's just drywall, so it's not really very bad, but the office is awful. I guess this is the second bedroom. It's technically not even an office. But it's got like built-ins, like bookcases that are also made of oak. Yeah, and wood paneling. Well, do you live in the Chelsea Hotel? No, but the building's like pre 1960s. It might be pre-war. Actually, yeah, it might be pre-war. Most of the other units in the building are like co-op, like they're owned. And so they're all renovated, but this one's still leased by a management company, and so they haven't done shit to it for like 50 years. But I have a lot of square footage for the city at a fairly low price, so I'm happy with it. At least I don't live in like a fucking like a closet where the twin bed in my apartment is 99% of my floor space. Is it dumb to buy apartments in New York City? I mean, I don't really like the idea of real estate ownership. I think the yields on it aren't very good. And then, yeah, owning apartments generally comes with more fees than they're worth. What's the next levels to start looking at for a move up to 4550? Well, we need to break gamma neutral first, which keeps not happening. What if, like I wrote about extensively last night, the Bulls just simply haven't got it in them? I've never had a Murphy bed. I had an apartment when I was like a kid that had like there used to be a Murphy bed in it, but it was removed and someone put shelves up in the hole. What's the average rent for a half decent apartment in your area? I don't know, like right now, I think like 45 to like 6500 for like a two bedroom. And my rent's like half of that, so I'm not going anywhere. I do have my own washer and dryer, which is cool because then I don't get bed bugs. I don't have a car bed. I have a cleft mattress. Why would anyone pay that much? I'd imagine because they make a high salary and live in New York City. I, salaries here are commensurate with the cost of living, or at least more commensurate with the cost of living. Why live in New York City when you can do your job from anywhere? Because anywhere sucks. I like I like being able to like go out and get fancy food or um I don't go to museums very often, but sometimes I do. And there's always a vibrant, social scene because there's millions of people here. Yeah, I have siblings. If GME is above 2250 before earnings release, this thing will pop hard or just tank. I drove through Buffalo a couple months ago. Y'all are paying McDonald's workers like $20 an hour. That's insane. I think it's higher in the city. I saw Wendy's the other day. It was like 25 for shift and like 40 for a manager. FYI, you're still welcome to come live with me, my Danling, and Philadelphia wife. Offer does not expire. Thank you so much, Daniel Supreme. When I blow up all my portfolios, I'll keep that in mind. There's that other guy who wants me to live in his basement, too. I'm from another dense city, and my rent is 10K for 1K square feet. Jesus. Can you manage a Wendy's from home? Probably. It's weird for me how people still lose their minds over GME moving up by small amounts and talk about these ridiculous price targets. Yeah, I know. Not gonna lie, when Warden quit, I checked you out and I was initially put off by your New Yorkness. So I watched Mo Money for a week and came to realize you were the only game in town. Thanks, J Dog. New Yorkness? Oh, you mean because I'm an asshole? Yeah, that drives a lot of people away. I prefer it. What about the cat? Is it a package deal or are you sending it to the pound? I mean, we're not married. I almost quit my microbiologist job because a new gas station in the area was offering 170K manager jobs. Holy shit. What is it? You gotta work like what, 100 hours a week or something though, right? That can't be real. I disagree. I think that a lot of cities across the US and even the globe are somewhat equal if you try finding fancy food and vibrant city with a lot to do. I don't know. I've been to pretty much all of those cities and I think you're wrong. Some cities are simply better than others. If you're a homebody, why don't you move to a cheaper location? You can get more luxury for less money. New York is ridiculously expensive, but it's awesome. Except you secretly have a heart of gold? No, I don't. It's coal. The market's burned it up. It's completely denatured. Thoughts on wide iron condor SPX today? Okay. I don't I don't hate the thought process. A little risky because the like the well, hmm. I'll tell you what I don't like about it, and then you can make your own decision. Um, Moves below 45.20 and above 45.40 could be very rapid, right? And so I think you're the if you can manage it, it's fine. Like if you can drop a hedge and define some levels where you're gonna hedge directional moves in either way, I don't see a problem with it. But I would be careful of that. Is any of this Jimmy price action 1 day delayed? T2? I don't think so. T2 from what? No, but we're starting. I mean, we're starting to get some covering. It's not really short. Well, it's no Volgavana because it's not really short covering, right? It's not like a drop in actual short volume. It's like a realization of like ETF liquidity. I don't think short volume on GME or well short interest is very high right now. Most of it is pulling back short calls. I've always liked the idea of New York. I've recently found out that reading Rainbow brainwashed me. LeVar Burton was very charismatic. Whenever I go there, it's really gross, some fun, but so yucky. I mean, the only things that are really yucky are like the subways. You're just from like you're just like a small town people. Other cities smell nice. You've clearly never been to fucking Paris or London because they do not. Chicago stinks too, but you gotta wait for a day when it's not too windy. Philadelphia smells like piss everywhere. San Francisco smells like ball sweat. LA smells like car exhaust. San Diego doesn't smell too bad, but I have a hard time calling it a city. It's like a large town. London doesn't smell? Yes, it does. I went to Brooklyn a few times to get my tattoo done. Both my trips into Manhattan were enjoyable. Lots to do and lots of good food. Yeah, exactly. Rome's not very stinky. Paris smells like shit everywhere. I have been in London. I lived there when I was a little kid. I lived across from Regent's Park, which is now a very posh neighborhood. The Thames in the summer still smells like the 1,000 years of shit piled up in it. Noose in Germany smells like rotten hot dog. No, I haven't been to London since the 90s, so I don't know what it smells like now. I'm glad to hear they cleaned it up. Tokyo is awesome, super clean. Never been. I believe it though. I've heard Singapore is insanely clean too. Editors note they haven't cleaned it up. Was AMC trading higher because of Taylor Swift? What did she do? 45, 25, 20, 15, well defended. Actually, the downside isn't very well defended at all anymore. They pulled back most of their positioning earlier today. Below 25, actually, yeah, below 25, it really starts to fall off. A lot of the in the money calls that were there last night took profits this morning when the data came out. Wouldn't Tokyo have all the benefits of New York City just in Japan? I mean, I could live there, but I don't want to spend like 500% on basic like consumer goods. Maybe if their economy gets a little better, but I really don't have any interest in living in Japan. Also, living like I know people who live there. It's weird. It's weird to live in Japan. It's not because of the blatant racism and ostracization, right? It's more that it's just a very different culture. US providing up to 12 billion to retrofit auto plants for EVs. Cool. That'll be bad for Tesla. Competition news isn't good for Tesla. How does GME liquidity look? Yeah, it's contracting. Yeah, they already blew out the liquidity that was available to them this morning, and so We're getting some contraction. Slow, but steady. A friend of mine works at a German GameStop location. They sold their entire stock of around 300 Zelda Switch games within a day. Times 4,400 stores. That's 1.3 million copies sold. Diablo, similar sales. Cool. So GameStop made like $2 million from some hot games that came out. Let's say even on the super bullish side, and there's $5 of margin per copy, you're still looking at like 11 million dollars. Is Tesla going to 50 bucks? I could see it going that low someday. I'm sorry if you've already answered this. Is GM still around 20? It's like 23 and change. But yes. So I'm bringing math into copium-fueled discussions. Sorry. $10 million more than the NFT market? EVs don't take market share from other EVs. They take market share from OEMs. That's the stupidest thing you've ever said. Hands down. Do you see that a company that sells games was able to sell some games? They were even able to pay their employees and had a little bit of money left over. MOASS incoming. Where the fuck are you getting the figure that they make 20 even okay, $20 per copy is $20 million. Slightly more than $20 million? Still shit. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Nvidia sold $8 billion worth of fake chips last quarter. Macy sold $2 billion of hand-me-down clothes. The real money's made selling things that don't exist. No, the real money's made using those things as collateral for other things. Doric red candles. The GameStop near me can only afford to pay one employee, so whenever he needs to eat or use the bathroom, he has to lock up the entire store. Bullish. It's not low overhead. Being contrarian so hot right now. What was contrarian? Any updates on KView? I'm thinking on rolling my September calls to October. That might not be a bad idea. No financial advice to anyone, but Q2 looks strong and will confirm positive EPS of the year, as Q4 is generally the best in the year. Let's see what happens, but probably nothing. Q2 does not look strong. That's horseshit. What, based on some biased report of sales of Zelda? Let me tell you, here's the biggest problem with GME right now. The current most bullish case is that they close more stores. Now think about that for a second. Objectively, if you can. They're a business that would be more successful closing more of their businesses. Huh. The perfect solution for Jamie is to cut down the majority of their physical store presence, make all their game sales through online, and have the stores for events such as esports competitions. No one's gonna buy the games from them online. They'll just buy them from other people. What? Why? Here, as a consumer, why GameStop? Say you don't own their stock. Their only customers are Superstock. No one's like, oh, I really love the feel of a physical disc in my hand. I hate downloading games from the convenience of my own home on Steam, the Xbox store, and the PlayStation store. That's the worst. What I want to do is I want to get in my car. I want to drive to somewhere where some fat neckbeard will sell me a fucking copy of Zelda. Then I want to peel back the plastic wrap and jam that into my Nintendo Switch while my mom screams at me through the basement door for the next 6 hours. These aren't real people. No one's doing that. Everyone just like, they're just like, oh yeah, I love shopping at GameStop. And then they go on Steam and download the game when it goes on sale. The only people that own consoles are poor people. Okay? Everyone with money buys a PC. Why? Because they're better in every way. And don't use the argument that you can play it on your living room TV. PCs have fucking HDMI cables too. Wait, weren't we keeping GameStop afloat by buying batteries there? Yeah, that's where I love to go buy batteries at GameStop for 3 times the price they are at Costco. I mean, I have no problem with being bullish on whatever Ryan Cohen decides to do with the $1 billion he stole from everyone, but at least have a realistic expectation for the fucking company, right? I would love for GME to acquire, for example, GOG from CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red is already more valuable than GameStop. even with all their insider trading. And get the GS Pro membership sold to you hard. Listen, I like the Switch, but I'm not going to pretend it's better than a PC. It's not. It's more portable. At least he fired the dude responsible for the NFT marketplace. You mean himself? City Pickle Game Studios? We make our own games? I'll pass. I wanted Jimmy to buy the Blockbuster game rights. Didn't they have a few exclusives they could resell or update for their current marketplace? Even if it was just to rent the game for a small fee. I mean, everyone's already tried like digital game rental platforms. This haven't. I mean, Microsoft's done okay with it, like a flat fee for access to a large number of games. But it's hard to get those rights, and studios aren't going to give them away to anybody. Like the major publishers are just going to hoard them, right? Because they can sell them themselves. Amazon was able to do that because the margins were there, and Amazon could do it as a loss. GME can't afford to do that and take the loss. RC heard you badmouthing his business and sold his stake. Actually, Blockbuster, really interestingly, they have a lot of like long-term distribution rights contracts. There's actually like a pretty insane amount of value in their corporate holdings, because a lot of those contracts they were created in a day when media publishers weren't as were more forthcoming with their distribution rights. And they're negotiated really well too, since the royalty fees are minimal. Tesla looks like it could creep to 261, maybe. If they're making 30% profit margins on each game sold anyway, they're not. They need to change their brand image. Not saying that GME is gonna MOASS, but there's the potential to be worth something. Yeah, if they would invest in some kind of growth that wasn't fucking stupid, like an NFT marketplace. I don't want them to buy anything. I'd prefer if somebody bought them, but they don't have anything worth buying. What are they going to buy that they couldn't just build themselves? Are there any acquisitions you would consider bullish? Assuming anyone's willing to work with RC, that's that could be another issue. But um, If they could pick up like some electronics refurbishers, or like a firm that could handle that, that could be really bullish. I think there's a huge amount of potential in like the like used PC components and used electronics. So they've explored a little bit, but not much, right? Because they're outsourcing all of like the bench testing and refurbishment. But if they could bring that in house, they would be able to up their profit margins on that significantly. And we're moving into a recession, you know. If you can sell last year's iPhone for a better price, or the prior year's video card for half of the retail price, then you'll get customers. They don't seem to want to lean into that though. And yeah, I get it's a little pawn shoppy, but profitable as fuck. No, I still have shares. Or you say you're not a shareholder anymore? Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not holding because of Ryan Cohen anymore. Although I can't say he was ever really a reason I bought the stock or held it in the first place. He did add some potential. I thought he was going to push the company towards e-commerce, but they pulled back those plans in 2022, right? Oh, you're not? That's fair. Pawn shopping is literally the perfect business model to copy in a recession. It is. The vast majority of people don't want to go out and buy the latest like NVIDIA GPU. And all the people that do go out and buy the latest NVIDIA GPU have to figure out what to do with their previous GPU that still works and is perfectly serviceable. All you've got to do is act as a middleman in that, right? You buy their old GPU off them for some store credit, they get a discount on the new one, and then you like bench test and refurb and resell the old one at a 400% markup. That's not even complicated, which makes me wonder why they haven't done it. Yeah, they said they weren't going to focus on e-commerce and what was it, their quarter two or three earnings in 2022, and they were going to focus on, short-term profitability and in-store growth. So they like doubled down on the retail side of shit, which isn't even that's not even like Ryan Cohen's forte, right? Like his experience is with Chewy, which is an e-commerce company, and then he doesn't want to do like what the fuck? He wants to like he's got some like narcissistic dream of supporting like ground level retail and keeping the small town alive. Like Carvana for GPUs, yeah, you do financing too. I mean, you don't want to hold the loans, but you fucking you get people to sign up for them and collect like a few points on the front end, right? You don't need competent workers, right? You just build out a standardized test bench, and then if it's good enough for that, then you send it out to like a regional refurbishment shop, right? Yeah, you got to train the employees to bench test them, but it's not that hard. I feel like GME had a real shot at using NFTs or any decentralized platform to issue and exchange ownership of digital games and content. The game studio could possibly rake in the royalties defined by their contract. Technically, it makes sense and it's possible, but they boofed. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. There was potential for it, but too early, like way too early. And the vast majority of rights are still owned by the publishing houses who are never going to give over any of their like future potential profits for shit they can just sell on their own marketplaces, right? So unless you can get indie devs or something to come on board, then you don't really have anything there. Can you talk a little bit about selling CCs on GME? You mentioned selling CSPs if assigned below cost basis. How to aim for the most profitable strike? Thanks. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You can calculate, are you asking like how you calculate yield? Or the most profitable strike would be the one that presents the highest yield, but that's usually also going to present the highest risk. When you sell a CSP, you're basically saying, if the stock falls below this price, I'll buy it at this price. And you're receiving a premium to take on that risk. So CSPs are bad at a price where you don't want to buy GME. If you want to buy GME at 20, then selling CSPs at 20 just nets you a small discount on the shares if you're assigned and a pure profit if you're not. Your question, I mean, no, I'm not trying to offend you, but your question's kind of all over the place and a little bit vague, which is understandable. I've been selling CCs too high because I was worried about my cost basis around 99. Well, I mean, so you avoid assignment that way, but you also you significantly slow down the rate at which you reduce your cost basis, right? So there's a give and take there. The closer to the money you sell it, the more of your cost basis you remove, but the more risk you have to take on the assignment side. The further out you sell it, the less risk, but the less profitability. It's not very complicated. You can sell them in the money if you think the price of the stock is going to go down, and that's a way to remove a lot of your cost basis all at once. But it's very risky because from the time you enter the contract until the price of the stock goes under the price that you sold the contract at, you're basically taking on the chance of assignment at any time. Now, if you sell enough theta on that, it's unlikely that you will be assigned, simply because the contract holder already paid a lot of money for theta, and they're probably not going to exercise the underlying shares. But I don't know. People get really skittish with in the money GME cover calls. Everyone's always freaked out about getting assigned. I've never quite understood it. I think there's like still this like latent assumption from Superstonk that like if you get assigned on your shares, you can't just buy them back. Or for tax purposes, if you have a significantly large shareholding, it makes sense. And they're, long term. They were selling 45.20 yesterday. I didn't kill the GME upside today. The GME upside was driven by indexes moving up. Indexes moved down, GME dropped. Is JFR still selling bear call on Nvidia? I don't know. I know as IV started to increase into the drop like a couple weeks ago, he started to get burned on bear calls. So I think he backed off of them for a little bit. But now that IV's back down again, I'm not sure if he's selling them again or not. You'd have to ask him. The latent assumption, what if I miss MOASS? I mean, if Jimmy's gonna MOASS, does it really matter if you buy the stock at 18 or $20? No. It doesn't matter if you buy it at 18 or 20 or 25, right? But that's never gonna happen, so it's a pointless thing to worry about. I got a signed wheeling Jimmy and it was fine. I lost all the money on spy puts, but that's another story. Sorry, turd. Wait, didn't you sell your GME like 2 years ago? That mentality is why we ran so much. I mean, the mentality that every move up in price could be MOAS definitely pushed OPEX's higher, but that was it, right? Like once that interest started to die down on the option side, like that fear of missing out started to die down, there was nothing to continue driving FTDs and nothing to, continue driving strong cycles. So now we get this bullshit where we move up $5 and everyone freaks out, and then we move back down $5. Sometimes it's 10. Yes, in March and June 2021, when all of you should have, but I'm addicted to losing money on calls. I'm addicted to selling you those calls, turd. Is non-farm payroll data going to be ignored by the bulls for tomorrow? And try to keep pumping, only to be rejected and chop as the same range as today. Well, the data that we got yesterday um, was bullish, right? Because there's this assumption that's still being made in equities for some reason that the Fed is going to do less if if labor data is easing, which is bullshit. And J Power already said that's not the case. They're just going to keep at the level they're at or higher for longer, right? He was really clear, and like the swap and bond markets are both aligned with that assumption, but equities don't want to believe it yet. And then today's data, we have a hot inflation print and strong labor data, which is the exact inverse of the things that they said were bullish yesterday, and yet those are also bullish today somehow. You can read any of the articles that came out this morning that try to project inflation is cooling despite it being up, not only not only month over month but year over year. People are spending more and making less, and growth is down, but somehow all of these things equal higher valuations, and that's why I don't really think bulls are. I don't think a lot of bulls realize it yet, but we're not in the same environment that we were in, like 3 months ago, right? This isn't May and June. There isn't a question anymore. Like inflation is turning up, oil prices are up. You know, energy's going to come up, and that's going to drive out the. I mean, we've already driven out the disinflationary trend, right? Um, and now we're moving into another possible cycle of increased inflation on the back of another big asset bubble pump, right? Um, and growth is slowing. You know, there was a case to be made for growth moving up into the end of this year 3 months ago. That's no longer true. And without, you know, like, you know, the dispersion trade aside, without anybody buying the upside, you can buy as many fucking zero DTE calls as you want, but you're not going to get the price higher, right? If longs on stocks already think their stocks are overvalued or worried about the valuation of their stocks, every time you pump the stock, you're just going to be met with another wall of sold calls, right? So all you're doing is creating like additional value for vol shorts on the other side of the dispersion trade. Like there's no effective dispersion trade when IV is being crushed on both assets equally. If you're profitable on Tesla, set a stop. It's like a 2 day trade. It's not like a fucking buy and hold. In March and June 2021. Oh. When you adjust, can you adjust VIX on screen? Oh, sorry. Looking at something else. Tesla's fine, but 260's resistance. Tesla's the easiest. Like it's the easiest one for them to pump right now because it was the most shorted. So there's actual liquidity to the upside there. I beg to differ. I don't care about your opinions. Chicago smells like fudge in the summer because of the fudge factory. Okay. I sold my 4550 C's safe today. I mean, so far, yeah. 4515, possible, likely. Mm, not necessarily. 2020 is more important than 15. Mm, I would say on the longer term trend, yeah, but I might want more than a day of theta on that. Hmm. Good spot for some long-term puts, or wait. I mean, risky right now. VIX is down, so I mean they're cheap, relatively cheap, but I don't think we have any like good confirmation here that we're going to break down right now. Yeah, Express did the reverse split today. If you sell a put on SVX, what do you get if assigned? Uh, if you get assigned, the difference between spot and the strike is cash settled. So if you were to sell like a 4,500 right now, and on expiration the market closed at 44.75, you would have a $25 difference. So it would be negative $25 plus the premium received. It's so annoying that if one end of a trend line is off screen on Webull and you go to adjust it, it gets all fucked up. I know. My favorite one is sometimes you'll just open it up and all the trend lines have disappeared. No problem, Cripple Mule. It's not a dumb question. A lot of people don't know how cash settlement works. Now you do. If you own a QQQ 379 14 DTE put and wanted to hedge it, do you hedge it right as you buy with a shorter DTE call or wait for a signal to hedge? I mean, you don't have to hedge until prices are moving against you. And buying a call isn't always the best way to hedge, right? Because calls don't protect you against stagnation. They only protect you against a reversal. So sometimes it's better to sell a put either out of the money or closer to the money from your strike, and maybe with less theta than the initial position, right? So I believe the trendline wackiness only happens on log plots. I mean, you shouldn't be using linear charts. Definitely not for anything as with as much variance as SPX. Maybe Jimmy should wait for the next pump and use that all that cash on hand to buy puts on itself. Once word got out, money. They have a no hedging clause. Is this downward consolidation? This is actually like a very stable downtrend. These are pretty, like, they do have, they can carry on for quite some time, but they do eventually break up. One could argue it's already kind of started breaking up, and it's just not getting any momentum. Hear me out. GME should wait for the next pump. Oh, I read that already. How hopeful are the HE30Cs? I don't know. Probably overly so, but they're more just to capture any increase in implied volatility than I expect them to go in the money. Why and when linear versus log charts? I mean, I almost always use log charts unless I forget or one of my settings changes. They there's a lot of benefits in terms of like log charts reducing distortion from volatile price movement, and they're also important when you're looking at like exponential growth. But basically, uh, they display numerical data in a large range of values in a more compact form. Are there any investment instruments that buy and sell themselves? Mutual funds and ETFs? What point would you consider entering Tesla puts again? I made real good profit last time, but entered too early the last time with some of my position. I don't know. Once I feel like the current bullish price action, I'm currently long Tesla, so once I feel like this is gonna start breaking down, not yet. Although I could get stopped out of my bullish position on Tesla pretty soon. If Tesla fails to regain like 275 on its current move upwards, that would be pretty bearish. If HE gets wacky, could it not return to the levels it was shorted from? I mean, it could. Short sellers aren't just going to let themselves get blown up, though. They'll slow cover to get out of it. I mean, they got it down to a bottom. They're closing out their shorts, but slowly, right? They're going to try to extract as much value as they can, and then once they're out, the price can normalize. Unless something pressures them in the meantime. Why can't I exercise some express $1 call leaps? I mean, you can, but only for 1/20th the number of shares. What time frame do you think shorts may try to get out of HE? I think they're already getting out of it. I would say over the next like month or two. But they're covering now. Slowly, but they're covering. $45.20 is not a fortress, it's just a call wall. Are bulls waiting for cheap calls again? I mean, yeah, but that didn't do him a lot of good yesterday. When do you think they'll open options on Express? It'll probably be like a week or so. Sometimes it's a little faster, but it's completely like at the discretion of the OCC, right? Hmm. Well, I guess I don't need to watch Tesla anymore for now. Or do I re-enter? Tesla cut itself. How much did I make on that? I guess that's not bad. I might re-enter. 60? I have to change my strikes. See any meaningful changes in SPXOI? No. Under 45.20 and 10 are starting to break down a little bit, very little bit. So there's some in the money profit taking on the call side, which I mean that destabilizes the lower range a bit. But I don't think things get really bearish unless we start moving under 45.20. So 20 still seems kind of like the line in the sand there. We're definitely getting more sold calls out of the money on the upside tests. Just 0 DTE, but they're there. And there's still a decent amount of call interest that would like to see prices above 45.30, but not a ton of it. There's a lot less than there was. And there's definitely a lot more. Like, after the first test, there's a lot more sold call positioning to the upside than there was earlier today. So, I mean, nothing right now looks super bullish, but nothing looks exceedingly bearish either. There's definitely, like, we could definitely just sit around 45.20 for a while. Watch for big shorts on VIX if they're going to try to pump. They may try to regain gamma neutral. Yeah, I think that's more of a question if they're able to get back to GN. I mean, they should be able to. Is this just the short sellers shorting the covering? No. I mean, VIX is pretty stable after today, like this morning's pump. They're pushing down on it a little bit right now, but it's not producing a lot of upside. And it could be that, you know, not all drops in VIX are short puts. Don't forget that. Frequently, before like big turnarounds, you can see like large accumulation of sold calls, and that can drive VIX down as well. Because the market maker will go long puts, right? It's the market maker is going to take the, and that can, you know, tighten spreads. Got you. Thanks for the update. No problem. Hey, Kirk, I'm looking at the options chain for Stack from Pickles Picks related to J&J, and it looks like the put OI dropped off massively through 9:15. Is this just repositioning or closing out? See if it opens somewhere else further out on the chain, but probably closing out. I mean, the point of that was to maximize the distribution into KVU, right? Which is what I assume you're talking about. Thank you for the discretion, but it's not necessary. Not at this point. A sold call drives VIX down before the downside moves that pushes VIX up. Yeah. I mean, the problem you face with big arbitrage plays like this is that as they break down, it's not always like symmetrical, right? Like you don't always just get one stock moves up and, the other stock moves down, right? And in this case, J&J has moved down quite a bit, but KView has kind of stagnated. Right. Now, over a long enough period of time, the arbitrage will unwind, right? But you never know which asset is going to outperform the other. Usually one does. Sometimes the breakdowns of arb plays, especially of that size, are very slow. This one had enough interest from enough participants that I assumed that at least some of it would be pretty fast. But if you only played one side of it, you're handicapping yourself, right? So if you didn't short J&J when it was at like 175, um, then playing KView to the upside was bad. Jimmy getting shorted with SPX going up. SPX isn't really going up on a lot of volume right now. So, no, it's not divergence. And also, GME isn't part of XPX. Although the R1K's components, some of them are in SPX, it is actually not part of that index. It's part of the S&P 400, which is the mid-cap index, which is maybe the most boring index in the world outside of the Russell 1000 growth index, which it's also in. So there is a relationship here, but it's not tight. There's still a ton of it on October puts for J&J. I know. Some of those are mine, Simple Jack. Is S&P 400 like the SPX without the four companies that actually give SPX its value? It's like the SPX 500, except 400 completely different companies that are worth way less than the 500 companies in the S&P 500. You buying zero DT SPX options today? I closed the upside of my straddle. The downside of my straddle hasn't printed yet, but it's at 45.15. Uh, no. I was thinking about maybe buying some more puts, but I already have puts at 45.15. I don't really want calls on it. So, no. I'll probably sell some calls on it. Maybe if we get another bounce above GN, if it looks weak, I'll sell some more. I'll sell some like out of the money spreads. Thoughts on Baba? Did it reach any upside targets for you? No, it got rejected. It's very choppy right now. I mean, largely because of uncertainty. I did get stopped out of my calls this morning. So that's nice. I got stopped out of them at like a 5% loss though. Um, I'm still in puts at 92, 90, and 85. I think the situation in China is getting a little more bearish. A lot of the rally on Baba was due to the economic padding that China has proposed over the last week or so. But faith in the Chinese markets is dwindling really rapidly. So it's not that I'm not confident in the put position. I just want to be hedged in case China announces something over the top and Baba shoots up, right? So I'll probably open another call position before I carry overnight again, but maybe a little more out of the money. That way I don't have, I'm not spending so much money on capital holding, what's essentially just a straddle. So for the levels on Tesla, as long as it doesn't break under 258, then it has the potential to reach 265 within a week. Well, it had the potential to reach like 265 today if indexes were going to pump super hard, but indexes didn't. So, I mean, Tesla got a little bit of a bounce on the call interest that came in yesterday, but it's not looking particularly strong. I just got stopped out of my spreads on well, right here. It's like roughly on the EMA 30, but if this continues down, no, because there's still a lot of short interest on Tesla, right? Like they were pushing into that short interest, but without the momentum from indexes, that push is going to fail, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to re-enter unless I get some sort of confirmation that it's going to move back up again. And right now, indexes look like a steaming pile of shit. Have you ever played XSP? I've used it to test like some like condor strategies and stuff that I didn't want to throw a lot of money at and butterfly things, but other than that, no, it's garbage. And the spreads are really bad on it. I mean, if you have to use it, it's fine. Like if you just simply don't have the capital for SPX, I understand, but if you do, there's almost no reason to use XSP over SPX. What do you see most realistically at Jamie earnings report that would be the most bullish case scenario? Since we never know, they don't give guidance. um, Probably like slightly positive EPS and not as shitty revenues as expected, or revenues at least in line with how shitty they're expected to be. I think that would be the best case. Worst case would be EPS and revenue miss, which is probably the most likely outcome. It's not the most bullish one, but for hedging, calls only hedge directional, where selling the opposite of the hedge position provides Directional. Yeah, well, because when you sell a spread, like if you turn a directional position into a credit spread, you're saying that the stock can move the opposite way or it can trade flat. But if you buy the opposite, right? So if you have a put and you buy a call, you're hedging only the upside. If the price stagnates, both of your positions get burned up, right? Now, if you really, you can double down on the price trading flat if you want by, you know, like say you have a put and price drops, but not to enough to put your position in the money, right? So your put's here and price drops to resistance, which is above your long short. You can sell a credit spread on this, and then you can also and like if you don't think the price is going to bounce, you can also sell a credit spread here, and then you can wait while the price stagnates. If the price starts to move up, you can close the short call and leave the long call open. And similarly, if the price moves down, you can close the short put and leave the long put open. And part of planning your trade is defining the levels at which you're going to do those actions instead of reacting in a panic, right? And being like, "Oh shit, the price is going up. I need to do something." That's not a good position to be in. You should already have a plan for that, right? The problem with XSP, it's too easy to let things ride because it's so cheap rather than selling a 45-cent contract for 60 versus 450 for 6. Yeah. It's I mean, yeah, it's lower capital allocation, so it's more forgiving. I keep planning and calling people and putting them down, and it just doesn't work. Is Kendro here? I have a question for him. I don't know. Yeah, no problem, Victor. This there's also an aspect to that like I think the pickle jar is starting to learn broadly, but a lot of people still haven't fully grasped. A lot of people like to enter their position all at once. And then pray. And since a lot of people have smaller accounts, this generally is full port. And what's crazy is, as prices move up, and I'm trying to show people this a little more in Pickles picks lately, like with Apple over the last couple of weeks, a little bit with Nvidia, right? How I'm like, taking profits and then moving back into a position when I have more confirmation, entering your position slowly as you confirm the upside or downside. over this period, right, allows you to then capture more. Like you can leverage more here after you've confirmed, the levels that you want to see as you approach your price target. Whereas most people seem to be worried about cutting their positions on the way up. When you start to get good at trading and more confident in your positioning, it's beneficial to add to your positions as it moves up. And right now, I feel that most people are averaging, like, when they add to their positions, they're doing it when it's failing. So, like, the position's taking the opposite trend, and they're increasing leverage here where the thesis is wrong. Which is kind of like throwing good money after bad, as opposed to throwing good money after, confirmed profits. Now, not that averaging down is always wrong, and everything in the market is dynamic, and there are some times when averaging down is really good. But generally speaking, broadly, no. If you're adding to your loss, you're leveraging up your incorrect choice. I'm not trying to single anyone out, but I mean, and some people are learning this. I think they're scaling in and out of positions, which is where you want to get. But I feel attacked. I'm taking this personally. All right, well, I tried. I heard you say bullish confidence has declined on SPX, especially now that we're trading under 45.20. 45.20 was the big call wall here. Downside in the money call interest is lower on the 0DTE side because profits were taken earlier today. So we could continue to fall from here. I really don't think there's a level that's that important. Maybe 4,500 on SPX, but on futures we do have relevant resistances. And the next one to the downside is at 45.20 or roughly 45.12 on SPX. You aren't singling anyone out because most of us are doing that. People enter their position all at once because PDT, but if you're entering your position, like if you're entering like a 3-day swing over the course of an entire day, then why do you care about PDT? You can keep adding to a position with PDT and then close it all at once, and it's still one trade. I'm not saying open and close the position. I'm saying add to your opening position as you confirm that you are correct, not as you confirm that you're wrong. My main problem with Gherk is that he tells us what we need to hear instead of what we want to hear. So if I listened carefully, breaking down on 4512 SPX, I could scale in. Well, if you were short now, like for example, let me see if I can set up like some semblance of a trade here off of this is generally not a great entry because it's indeterminate which direction it's gonna go. But if you were to bet on bearish continuation, knowing that price action is slightly weaker below, upside potential is slightly weaker below the 45.20 strike, We're trading at 45.17. The break up, like the bounce from our bottom here, is not very strong. So what you would what you would do effectively is you would enter a put here, right, with a stop set at the prior high, and then as you confirmed, like 45.15, which is the next strike down, you would add, and then at 45.12, which we know is resistance on futures, you could add again, but you would be bringing your stop down in line with the additional positioning, right? And then once a bottom is realized the next time, you would begin to cut these. So you would cut your initial put, then your 15, then your 10, I would imagine, as price action reverses. If price action keeps continuing, you simply keep moving your stops down. In this case, well, up. Entry points are a challenge for most traders, I think. I think position management's way harder than entering, but can you cut that? I can try. It keeps giving me errors. Oh, and so this bounced, right? A little bit up, but not to where your stop is. Right? So if this is just a pretend trade, this isn't bouncing up to your stop, right? But you wouldn't add on that bounce. And if it were to bounce up like almost to your stop and then start to turn, you wouldn't add here either. Because so far you've been wrong about the direction, right? Like you picked, I mean, this tells you picked a bad entry, and the better entry would have been up here. So, and I think a lot of people add on these, like, they'll buy a put, like here, right? Then it'll drop. They won't get stopped out on the bounce back, and then they'll add here and here, right, as price is moving back up. And you're not always, when you start doing that, you're compounding your losses. And if this stabilizes, which it very well could, and then breaks up, you're fucked. And now you're fucked on 3x leverage. That's why it's much better to, like, oh shit, I was wrong. Here's my prior stop. This would have gotten stopped out, right? But if it hadn't, right, maybe you set it a little looser, or you bought like a 1 DTE. And you did confirm it. You wouldn't add till you got to like here, right? Where you started to be right again. And then you'd probably cut it here. I mean, it's almost a $10 move. Well, a break of 45.12 drastically increases the chances of testing 4,500, right? Think of everything as being probabilistic. I think that's one of the things that, like, more people fail on it than anything else, is they don't understand that the market is dynamic and also chaotic, right? And price targets, there's far more nuance to them, and the way, like, trading levels on an index works. You know, when I give you guys like, oh, we're bullish above this strike, the further we move above that strike, the more bullish it gets up to wherever kind of positionally things are capped at. But you don't enter at that strike, right? You'd want to be in, and you'd want to catch the bullish momentum into the higher level, right? And then you would scale out as the bullish momentum peaks and starts to kind of move back the other way. But like here, we break down through 45.20, and that increases the likelihood of a test at 45.12, and a breakdown at 45.12 because it's a key futures test. Increases the likelihood of a test of 4,500. Like say like right now, a test of 4,500 is, this is arbitrary, but like there's like a 30% chance we see 4,500, and the market maker will define this accurately. I don't want to look at the options chain though. And then at a breakdown of 45.12, that the percentage chance of seeing that strike goes up. Are you even a billionaire? Oh yeah, you are. I forgot. You became one. It only took you 2 years. And prudent entries are one step of risk management. Fun way to practice position management is playing zero DTs in sub 1K cash accounts. Lots of white knuckle moments for nominal gains. Hey, you can turn a zero DT 1K cash account into 10 grand really, really fast and then lose it all just as quickly. If you want to see the profit and loss from this account over the last month, I can show you just how often you can turn $1,000 into $10,000 and then blow it all up. You know I don't make any money. That's fair. I'm just giving you shit. Tesla is not prudent here, I am guessing. Well, it found support, and I think it found support right about at entry risk, right? Close. It's a higher low. I mean, you have the trend, and risk is tight. It's not terrible. You could tighten risk up even more and have risk at like just sub 256, right? And then if it doesn't bounce, you just get stopped out. You're not committing a lot of money to testing a bounce, although it's moderately risky. This is not this is not a very bullish bounce. But this kind of goes into what I told you guys before, in that like risk management is far more important than being good at identifying entries or understanding the way a stock is going to move, right? If you entered this exact same setup on Tesla 500 times, you know 200 of them would print, and then if you didn't lose a significant amount of money on the other 300 attempts, over 500 attempts, you would still be profitable. So if 200 of those attempts, you make 20% on the upside, and the other 300 attempts, you lose 2% on the downside. You, after all is said and done, you're up. Every time I hit 2,000, I take out 1,000. So far, it's working. That's one way of managing your risk, but you're taking on a having a sub $25,000 account is a huge disadvantage. What's your prediction here, big guy on SPX? Looks bearish. We lost 45.20. That was the call wall. Not that we can't bounce back up to it, but things look like they're going to continue moving down. There's a shitload of short calls at 4,500 because of the JPM collar. And VIX is moving up. Can I borrow 25K? No, but you could earn it. Don't go into an account that big without a plan, man. Let me tell you right now, I've seen enough people blow up enough money over the last 2 years. Don't don't move into a $25,000 account until you have a very, very good plan for what you're gonna do with that money. I've always known that like scaling is where most accounts fail, but on a broad sample of people, I never realized quite how bad it is. It's bad. It's really, really bad. To be fair, you have a biased sample. Yes and no. I've been stuck between 25 and 50 for like a year now. Well, identify why you lose money and then don't do that anymore. Help us earn 25K by trading SPX calls, puts for 1,000% moves. I mean, that's great, right? Like, it's like, in a cash account, if you're just scalping, it's not that hard to turn, some money into more money. The problem is scalping doesn't scale, right? So once you have a decent amount of money in your account, you're stuck choosing between, do I want to make $300 a day or do I want to make, $1,000 a day? And if you want to make $1,000 a day, scalping starts to become way less attractive because you have a huge amount of slippage. You take on tons of risk in every position. And sometimes you can get perfect scalp entries over and over and over, and they just keep failing. You get 2 days of that, and your account's empty again, right? And like most people are probably pretty capable of building a port up through scalping. It's just what you do after that point. You can scalp $100,000 worth of SPX zero DTs. It's not very smart. I do it sometimes, and I win enough that it's okay for me to gamble that way, but it's gambling, right? I've lost on zero DTs on SPX. I've lost like 5, 12, 15 grand just on slippage from a stop, right? And when you don't have a lot of money, you can't afford to do that shit. That's a lot of that's a lot of money you're losing. The markets aren't actually that crazy right now, but like in 2021, SPX like you'd move up like 80 BPS in a day, and then you get like two red candles and you're down 50 BPS. And if you entered a scalp on the upside move, you were fucked. Your contracts would go from like fucking $18 to 50 cents in like 2 minutes. Can I make $1,000 a day stripping instead of scalping? Yeah. Most people are definitely not capable at scalping to a large scale. Well, that requires like laddering and uh, actually doing math on the value of your options. But and even then, I mean, the most competent like desk traders I know who still experience a lot of slippage. Scalping's an okay strategy, but it's not good for, yeah, it's just not good for scaling. Even if you are good at it. There's much better ways and lower risk ways to make money. Hey, look at that. Huh. Well, we're back at futures 45.20. Slipped it a little bit too. Maybe we get more. Remember when everyone was bullish last night? Silly bulls. There's nobody more fucking bullish than the pickle jar when they're holding puts. A little more theta is better for newer traders because it makes the trade easier to manage. You don't want too much theta because then you need to be more correct about your positioning, right? But if you're trading like if you want to trade 0 DTs on SPX, right? Like trading 1 DTEs to start is a lot easier because there's not as much variance in the premium price intraday, and so it's easier to set stops and it's easier to take profits. The profitability is not as crazy because you don't have the wild gamma exposure, but it's a lot safer and easier to do. It's called PTSD. If not scalping, what kind of strategies would you suggest for accounts over 25K? Spreads, swinging spreads, but lots of theta selling, right? Like reduce capital exposure, try to increase directional, like, well, you want directional exposure, but on reduced capital exposure because you can get a lot of leverage for very cheap and you only need to be incrementally correct. And you also don't carry around tons of theta decay all the time. So, like, debit spreads are really good. Debit spreads aren't even bad in a small account. They're just they can just be kind of a bitch if you can't close them. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem with them. One of the biggest problems with this account is me doing like Franken spreads and not being able to close the fucking trade when it's up. Like having to just hedge the opposite move every time, which reduces profitability significantly. Is this de-risking or a trap to get us over GN? It's some de-risking. Dollar broke back above 103.52, and it's moving up. It's up almost 50 BPS today. So dollar up, VIX up, at least with the current yield curves. What's the most amount of 0DT SPX contracts you should scalp per position without getting slippage? 5 to 10 is really the best. And even then only at strikes that are liquid. Um, Big resistances like 4,500. You can scale up a little more, like 25 contracts. Um, for 0DTs beyond that, I probably wouldn't go a lot higher than that. Not at a single strike. If you care about the slippage that much, sometimes slippage is, you know, just a byproduct. Like, it's just something you have to deal with. But the move that SCX has had within the past 5 days is amazing. Yeah. I wish JFresh were here. I would definitely show him this meme. Thank you, Holden. I'm gonna save that for later. Our chances of seeing 4,500 have dramatically increased. There's puts at 4,505. Not a ton of them, but enough that gamma's a little bit negative. So 4,510 has a little bit of call interest. We can stabilize here a tiny bit, but this isn't a level where futures are very stable. So I don't expect the 4510 calls to hold up for long. And then yeah, negative gamma is gonna drag us towards 4500. Also, futures is failing the test of 4520, and then the next resistance on futures to the downside after this breaks is like 4505 and then 4500. So right now futures is at 4516 17. 4515 is a resistance on futures. It's a small one. Below that, though, really not a lot till 4,500. And 4,500 is like SPX 4,490. Could the secret BlackRock intern please clip that giant talk about risk management? I don't I don't know if he's here. I'll clip it. Well, I'll try. I don't know. I tried to clip it before and I got an error. Does anybody know when it started? Jesus, I was just babbling forever. It's like, I'll just clip the last hour. Let's see if that works. Good call. I wasn't listening. Is there any way they test GN again today? That's a pretty strong confirmed rejection. Maybe later in the day when the JPM collar rolls off, they could try to leverage that. If they can hold it at 4,500. If they lose 4,500, I don't think it's very good for them. I mean, call positioning is simply just not that strong right now. Anywhere. A lot of the calls pulled back with the hot PCE print today. I got a new email from Wealth Management with the headline Ken Griffin hunts math genius and hedge funds short Inflation Act stocks. Nice. Does YouTube tell you if someone is a daily watcher or not? No. But I mean, I've been in here with you guys for like 2.5 years. I know who's here every day, for the most part. There's like 2,000 people that kind of come in and out, and then there's like 500 to 800 people that are here most of the day. Although that's been the same like 2,800 people for the last year and a half. Thanks, Rude Stamp. If you guys all liked the stream, then I would know how many of you were here. Lies, I never watched this stream. It's about to get a lot more come earnings. You know Cohen's gonna do something spicy at the helm. Nope, I don't think he will. I think after 3 years, I think Cohen is incapable of spiciness. Maybe the entire pump today was just like me pulling back my cover calls and then they had to hedge. What kind of bidet do you have? It's a Brondell Swash 1000. I won't like the stream until you look at the camera, swipe at it, and growl like a bear. Keep your fucking like. Why did GME people still give RC a pass? It's mind bottling? Blowing? Yeah, I don't know. Swash, yeah. This doesn't tickle your privates. It cleans your butthole. Futures regained 45.20, but it looks like it's just failing 45.20 again. The bounce here doesn't look very bullish, and it's staying at 45.12, which, you know, we know is futures 45.20. So this doesn't look very bullish yet. It feels like they're about to surprise VS. Would it be a surprise? I mean, you could just confirm it on 45.15, right? Does it take a picture? I don't think it does. It's got an air dryer, and it's got 2 spray nozzles. I put a filter in the line. It's got like an inline filter. So the water that cleans my ass is filtered. You don't want to get hard water on your butthole. Any chance you can look at the 4490p? Biggest volume spike of the day a minute or two ago. It's picking up. Someone's just betting on a breakdown of someone's betting on a breakdown of 4500. Looks like. It's we're not at the put collar. No, they generally don't close it when it breaks. If you're talking about like the big collar, like breaking below like 4210, they're not gonna fuck with that. Did you sell more CCs or something? No? That'd be crazy. What about raw water? I'm surprised you don't use RO water for that thing. It's too much work. You have an inline filter on your bidet, but not your espresso machine. Priorities. My espresso machine isn't wired. I just use filtered water in it. Like it's not hard line. It's like it's not plumbed. That's the right word. Do you have a contingency plan to get out of New York? If the social unrest continues, yeah, I'll just lock my door. I have like a 2-inch thick steel fire door on my apartment. Maybe I'll put like a chair behind it or something. Yeah. If things get really crazy. What the fuck do you think is going on here? You gotta stop getting your news from the New York Post. Social unrest. I clipped it. Fickle pickle tickler. Would you consider Staten Island the Midwest? Yeah. If they reclaim 4515s, then 20s back to GN. Um, I mean, if they reclaim 15, they may get it back to 20. 20 would be the confirmation of like a bounce, but I mean, I would probably go long at 15 with a stop out at 20 if it broke. Right now, there's just not a lot of calls, so I mean, I don't really care what happens. I've got 5 more days on my puts. I think 6 more days. 6 more days on my puts from the overnight straddle, and that's like the only position I really have right now. No problem, hamburger helper. Checking in after a solid nap. What did SPX do? Failed delta neutral. Tesla declining vol on a move up. Could be an entry if you want to try to play the upside again. Still risky though, below VWAP. Also, there's no like at the money strike, which I don't like. No, I guess there's the 257.50, right? Is that open? Yeah. I guess so. There is an at the money strike. That's not too bad. I mean, you need a tight stop, but I don't think Tesla's volume is really declining. It's just flat on the move up. Like it's not really contracting in any significant way. It's the bounce isn't confirmed yet, but so far it's decent. If this fails at a lower high, that's bearish. Going down to 44.75, then back to the Fitch gap. That gap's not from the Fitch downgrade. The Fitch downgrade happened before that. That was the day after the YCC policy change. I have a meeting for the next hour. Watch over my Cubs while I'm gone, okay? Why don't you set a stop on your Cubs? No one's gonna watch your Cubs for you. Alright, I'm gonna get some lunch. So, here, let me set this up so we can see both sides of this. All right. I'll be right back. IVO and GB has moved up on this drop. I bought some October 20C around 19, and they're still green. Yeah, my debit spreads are still up a little bit. So I would say IV's on increased a little bit, like at the money or nearer the money. One second. What's Tesla looking like here? It could break up. It could also just fail. Not great. It's probably going to take the direction of the indexes. I don't know. I don't know intraday how much the positioning on it's changed. But I would imagine some of the call positioning from yesterday fell off on the breakdown earlier. There was a little bit too much volume on those moves. So, I mean, all you can really do in a situation like this, where you're below resistance, is just like, if you want to bet on the, well, you could do both, right? You could straddle at like 47.50, or if you wanted to choose directionally, you know, you would just have your stops on the outer range. Or you could straddle with stops on the outer range. And then you'll be right no matter what. Are you impressed with how they bounce this? No, not particularly. It's still a pretty weak bounce. It's a weak bounce on futures, too. I'm in MM today. I win. Hope all's well. Doing good. How you doing? Did the Bulls come back from lunch? I don't know. When a weak as fuck bounce hits the confirmation, are they literally just forcing it to get the bounce signal? And they're forcing it to get their 45-20 calls, which is their call wall, back in the money. Are we getting more downsies today or more uppies? Well, we just broke back through 45-20, and there's... Hold on. Not a fucking lot of interest above 45.25. So, I'd want to see some more volume come in here, but if it starts to 25 or 30, maybe. Yuck. That's why I'm not playing it. Until we just sell off again. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can think of intraday price action as being like a standard distribution. Press about J&J to test my knowledge. High volume sell off at the start of the day, followed by declining volume, slow grind up throughout the day. Seems bearish. I mean, it's getting progressively more bearish as it moves into lower and lower ranges. But I haven't looked at the intraday on it. Hold on. I mean, yeah, that's a bear flag. It kind of tells you that there's a lot of people that think it's worth less, and then at the bottom, there's a few people that think it's worth more, but not enough. And they risk bringing it back to a price where people think it's worth less. I think I forgot to grab a fork. Shit. No problem, man. My plan is to make money. Is that enough? It's a pretty good one. This is the best plan you can have, actually, when you're doing this. I just got back. Is Jamie meant to be doing something? No. It did a thing earlier. Then it stopped doing that thing. I like hearing your thoughts as this Tesla bounce dies. Its thing looks like it's breaking up. It's, I mean, so far I got a lower or a higher low. So yes. I've been watching the stream 45 minutes behind for a while now. I just made a sandwich. One sec, I'm gonna go grab a fork. Who eats a sandwich with a fork? I'm not eating a sandwich with a fork. I made myself like a small salad with cherry tomatoes and fresh mozzarella, a little bit of basil, some white balsamic vinegar. Although I could eat all the components of it with my hands would then get messy. Where's Trash Dan when I have the good crunchy chips? That's my question. I think it's both. I don't really feel like it needs any additional salt. It's already got like fresh like brine from the mozzarella, right? A little bit of cracked black pepper, but no oregano. I don't have any fresh oregano. I put basil in it. Excuse you? Ranch? No. That's disgusting. Kidding. I assumed. Although you never know. You might be from California. Where does pepper come from? From peppercorns? Californians will put fucking ranch on anything. They'll just eat it raw. Do you know that the peppercorns are like the stone from a fruit? And it has a different kind of chemical that creates its spice called pepperin, which is not the same as capsaicin, which is what makes chili peppers hot. They're not a berry. They're a stone fruit, like a peach. A drupe, I believe they're called. Do you know this because of your allergies? No, I just like read it in a cookbook at some point. The internet is telling me berry too. It's okay, they're wrong. I've always suspected that you were a shill for big peppercorn. Now I'm certain. You could have just asked. I would have told you. Will you release a cookbook? You know, despite the despite the money I have, I don't think I have enough money to put myself on the New York Times bestseller list, even if all 500 of you buy copies. So I'm not sure it's worth it. I have a friend that runs a farm market. They do farm tours for city kids who've never seen where their food comes from. It's insane how many don't know meat equals animal. That just sounds like a lot of stupid kids. I grew up in a city, and I've always known meat comes from animals. You only need to see like one or two homeless people cooking rats above a garbage can to figure that out. You guys ever you guys ever try this fucking green tea from Trader Joe's? This shit is delicious and packed with caffeine. Why does Adam Aaron have your money? Did he steal it from you? Now I want statistics on the number of adults that don't know meat comes from animals. Every time I drink green tea, my mouth feels like I had to chew my way out of a Yankee Candle display. That doesn't make any sense at all. I feel like that statistic would be depressing. Yeah, but good knowledge to carry around with you, right? This reminded me that I once heard of a vegetarian that didn't know cold cuts were made of meat. What the fuck did they think they were made out of? Sounds like you may be allergic to green tea. I don't know what that is. That's... Green tea is extremely refreshing. And a little, like... If you get some with, like, some citrus in it, a little acidic, which would be kind of the opposite of the thing you're describing, which sounds like yogurt mouth. When you say it comes from animals, do you mean that the animals somehow make the meat for us? No. It's not like soft goods. You know what I'm really interested in with AMC? I've thought about this a couple times. Is, when Adam Aaron mugs and kills his shareholders in dark alleyways, what happens to the child? Like 20 years from now, are we just gonna have a bunch of like financial Batman? Because their dipshit parents lost all their money on AMC? Please, rat cook-off story. You've never seen a homeless person cook a rat? I've seen one eat one raw on the subway one time. It wasn't even a street rat. It was like a pet rat. Was it still squeaking? Not after the first bite. No, that was a bat. And also not real. They'll be aligned with those whose parents lost their money by RC on nothing. Stop. Stop, and then more questions about it. Was this person strung out, or what was happening? I don't know. Probably like a crackhead or PCP, something like that. He was at the other end of the subway car, so I didn't get like a great look at it, but you could hear the noise. And he kept like telling it to shut up and stop talking to him that way. And then he bit it and it died, and then he ate it. Like tough string cheese. Forbidden string cheese? Batman's parents were already rich. It's true. But like the child of some AMC shareholder has to grow up to be successful, right? Statistically, maybe not, actually. Shit. Never mind. That'd be a real test of nature versus nurture, huh? He must have been from New Jersey? No. Is that the craziest thing you've seen in New York City? Not even fucking close. All this talk of screaming rats and homeless people is making me hungry. I don't I don't know if he was homeless. He might have been homeless. He looked dirty, but that doesn't mean anything. Adam Aaron's grandkids will be just fine. To be fair, that rat probably shouldn't have been talking to him like that. That's just traumatizing, I guess. Maybe some become an anti-hero, like a Punisher but for CEOs like Adam. Oh, okay. So like they don't need a lot of money for the cave and stuff. I guess yeah. I mean, if you just like the Punisher kind of really took the more fiscally responsible approach to being a superhero, right? Like he just got some guns without all the excess spending on, BDSM gear and fancy cars. It would be traumatizing to a person that wasn't or didn't have the potential to be a serial killer. I feel like everybody who grows up here sees that kind of shit. There's no way, like, you don't. New York's just got a lot of people in a small space, so you're bound to run across a lot more crazy, right? Fun game to play in the PNW is homeless or hipster. Why are bulls struggling for a second GN test? Are they? People piling into bonds 3 days in a row is bullish, right? It's as bullish as it can be. There's nothing more bullish than bonds dropping, dollars rocketing, and indexes up, JFresh. BDE. If you eat the magic talking rat, you gain its power, the ability to talk. Yeah, but think of all the awful people you've met in your life, Jen Jen. And then think of all the awesome ones. And then think that the more people you live around, the greater the chance that you also meet more awesome people. It's not like every other person is, masturbating in Central Park publicly in broad daylight. That's just like one person out of thousands. You notice them because they're masturbating in Central Park in broad daylight, but don't judge the rest of the people by the actions of the one individual. That would be unfair. How many people live in your building? I don't know, a few hundred? What happened with the Japan meeting? Not much. They did that Japanese thing where they kind of like announced their intent to do something in the future, maybe, but they don't see a reason to do it just yet. The last time he did that, though, then like a week later, they raised the YCC curve. So, how many awesome people do you meet? A few. You don't seem like a huge fan of the general public. I mean, I'm not. But the general public's not, consuming live rats on the subway either. That guy was way more interesting than the rest of the people on the train. I used to work at a grocery store down the street from Bill Gates' house. Rich folks would come in on the weekend looking rough, but they'd just been gardening. Steve Ballmer, for example. Are you sure he just didn't escape from Bill Gates' sex dungeon? Can someone tell Jay Fresh that no matter how many lists he makes about the horrible macro, Jensen Wang is still holding up that graphics card? The man's arm never gets tired. I just put a bucket of popcorn in my lap, so it looks like I'm vigorously feeding the pigeons. Judging everyone else that's not masturbating in Central Park. My wife and I are both work from home. What I wouldn't give to see the sun, let alone tug one off in the sun. You know, some people would say that that man was experiencing true freedom. Although that was just an example. People masturbate in Central Park all the time. It's really common. It's clear no one buying Apple right now. Look at the PCE data for computers and phones released this morning. I haven't gotten a chance to look at the components yet. Do you want to just tell me? When in Rome. So Central Park not safe for kids and families? I mean, I don't know. I used to go there when I was little. There's like a zoo. They got ice cream. There's like rocks to run around on. There's some playgrounds. Some of them were pretty dope. I don't know if they're still cool anymore. They got rid of like most of the cool shit in playgrounds because people kept suing them. I mean, you could always cover your kids' eyes or whatever. Or if your kids are like, "What's that guy doing?" and be like, "He must be really itchy," and then just keep walking. They're really not going to ask a lot of questions unless they're like over 7 or 12. I don't know what age children become aware of things, but vigorously feeding pigeons, son. Does McDonald's chicken come from an animal? Yeah. Yeah. From a chicken. Caw. Do we look like we'll fail or just more chop? Might fail again. We're under 45.20. Are you champing at the bit to if I can grab a 45.15 put and ride it all the way down to 45.13? They're podcasting. Great way to turn Dave's joke from earlier that made no sense into something funny, Huckleberry. Well done. That collect sound you make sounded too real. It's gonna be clipped. Really? Oh. Practicing new styles and shapes to pubescape. Any idea? St. Elmo's Fire. And then you surprise me. We already have a bullcock Wabeef. Hmm. I don't seem to have the JPEG anymore. I'll have to find that. Bullcock is a way better name. I know. We put chicken head, like, well, rooster heads on a bull. It might have been before your time. That was in the early days. A 3.5-inch python doesn't violate Facebook's policy. Central Park, here I come. When Tesla 300? Not today. I had to remove my permissions to trade SPX options to stop myself from playing zero DTEs. I'm going to focus on SPY straddles and being strict with my stops and risk. Okay. Let me know when you reinstate your permissions. Gurk, Jamie escaped to the right. Quick. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm on a different. There we go. Just let me know if the stocks are running away too much. Bro, I've been here for 2 fucking years. Well, I know, but Bullcocks might have been before that. I can't believe we don't have the Bullcock anywhere. Where's... Can somebody send me that? Can we put up Guybrush for old time's sake? That's up to JC. Or JFresh. I'm back from my meeting. Where are my cubs? We drowned them. Where's the pickle historian? I know long-term gains get taxed better, but what do I get for long-term losses? Tax write-offs. Do I need to start cataloging memes? Well, it could be helpful. And I've got Angry Banana. I've still got the bolometer. I got Space Stefan. Guybrush is here. I've got Engage Vop. Support Resistance Pickle. And the Pickle Rocket. Rave Pickle. Whatever that one is. Thickle. Pigeon Whale. Yeah, the V-Wasp. Got J-Fresh. Got normal stick stuffing. We got Santa Pickle. Got that. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Charts. I should delete those. What was this one? Okay, that one's fine. Yep. Dancing Bears. Charmadillo. Okay. Hambo Kirk, best Kirk. Look, I got some other stuff here too. Did I get rid of the bull flag? Huh. Ooh. Bounce. More VIX shorting. SPX bullish again? Looks like, yeah, like all the way up to like 45.25. It's pretty exciting. Clearly need an organizational system. No, I don't. I found Cardi VWAP. Huh. Similar price action for tomorrow. The JPM collar falling off today. More downside in store for tomorrow. Could be more downside for tomorrow. Although tomorrow's Friday. And largely the price action tomorrow will probably be based off the data in the morning, right? VIX on sale, but calls are overpriced. Put call parity. Bon Jovi puts cost same like shares song. Oh, we got that somewhere. There's data tomorrow? Then we definitely go up. There's also a 3-day weekend coming up. I hope we see some profit taking from the call side. The call side already took profits today. Which scene of the LOTR trilogy are we in? Um, you, you know, in the extended edition, when they're just in Rivendell hanging out with Elrond for like a month. There. You know, hashtag Gherk. I can't picture what I used to do before I started hanging out here. The comedy alone is worth the membership. The knowledge is priceless because you give it away. Thank you so much, Mike. JFresh is clearly Gimli. Dork is Pippin. Pippin? Pippin. The greatest trade I made today was selling my calls after we rejected that second time. Smart. Why does GME go down when the price goes up? I must have forgotten because people sell calls against it. Pippin's not a burn. Pippin's awesome. He's like the coolest hobbit. Does anyone here work? Everybody. Pretty much everyone in this chat is at work right now. Sam sucks. Bilbo's pretty dope too. Can confirm at work. My job pays for my zero DT habits. Sam's like that girl you know who's in an abusive relationship, but like she won't leave the guy. That's who Sam is. This is my work, trading on a daily basis. I haven't made any money in 2.5 years. Sounds like you haven't lost any either, though, so that's kind of a big win. How dare you attack me thusly? Sam went on to play football at Notre Dame. They shorted the VIX so hard and the market is barely up. Rug pull incoming? Or just more call buying and more shorting? What should we expect in this JPM caller roll end of day? Probably not a lot. We're nowhere near it. Tilray worth investing in short term? I don't think so. I don't think it's worth investing in long term either. You need a girl so you can pawn us off on the grandparents on the weekends. Do you know how many women options traders there are? Not many. Jen Jen? Jen, do you wanna stream the weekend market sessions? No, there were like two other women here before? There's no women. This is the internet. DMs. Amazing. Well done, Darb. Very, very well done. Now we can test gamma neutral. Not because of positioning or anything, but just because we found the bullcock. Oh, that wasn't me? Who found it? People don't have names in the Discord anymore. It's just like one letter and dots. Oh, that's good shit. It's 495 a hard resistance for NVIDIA. 500 is. $12K volume on 950 and 850 puts on GME today. Okay. Well, they made a little bit of money, right? I think the Lord of the Toe Rings is who gave Pi-Fi COVID that one time. She didn't have a toe ring. I like to think those 1850s are all sold. Let me dream. All right, you're back in the groove, Dave. When he talks about the tape, you used to get a ticker tape that had the order flow. It doesn't. I mean, you can still look at like level 2 data, but Did someone roll their deep in the money calls on Nvidia today? I don't think so. I think they're just selling more calls at 500. Hey, Dana. Volume versus time of GME 915 850p show like 100 volume on every minute candle. Popular contract. What kind of sick fuck would have shorted GME when its price went up? Ryan Cohen. What a bastard. Oh, Gork, I pray to you to give me the strength to hold this one DTE, 450p on SPY, till it becomes profitable. I wish you the best, man. Hey, Gaff, when's the market crashing? Now that JPOW, CEO of the SPY, has determined that the only way he can effectively do his job is by forcing a recession on everybody. Hey, get all my emails yet? I'll let you know. Okay, thanks. Yeah. You know, it's really disappointing when you find out that your heroes are using the Phillips curve. Burry probably already closed his pits. Maybe that's why we bounced. Jan 2024, 300p's a good deal on Nvidia. I mean, I own them. I don't know if they're a good deal. Bullard used fibs, that's why he had to step down. Good. Are pumpers sitting at desks wasting their time doing this garbage? Or is it mostly algos and bots? It's not bots, it's just I mean you use algos because they trade perfectly, right? But people still monitor those. So there's probably a team of people responsible for maintaining the position and managing it. JPAL isn't allowed to acknowledge late stage capitalism stagflation is real. So hashtag Phillips or bust. So we're just going to destroy all the wealth to recreate it again over and over and over again without ever achieving any additional value. Oof. Cool. I'm so glad I'm a trader and not a long-term investor. Imagine owning things for 20 years to have them be worth the same as when you bought them. P.S. Burry belongs in here. No, he doesn't. Nobody in here has the balls to spend $1 billion on puts. Here's the secret, Lawrence. We're already in a dark age. It snuck up on us. I like to think I'm a trader, but I feel like I'm a long-term investor in that pile of GME. Understandable. Give me a Billy, I'll do it. Will swords and medieval armor come back? No. I love the smell of the casino floor in the morning. Cigarettes, old latex, and the clean crispness of a half-scraped Coke mirror. J4 says, VIX and the meme 7 are back to where they were at our 52-week highs. Like I said last night, if they keep this up, there's not enough VIX left to get us to 4,600. Just tuning in. Looks like the pumpers failed this morning off of the bearish data. Yeah, a little bit. Why do we think the bears haven't come in to push us down off the news? Are the pumpers and bears evenly locked? Kind of on either side of the JPM collar. I would imagine not a lot more is going to happen today until that rolls off. Because, like, bears aren't going to want to try to push prices down into the collar, right? Because the collar will then just push back into the end of the day. There's no way they can de-risk all those contracts without dragging this out to 9:15. Oh, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. When reverse split the VIX? Has anybody thought about that? Can't we just reverse split it? That'd solve all our problems. No fucking way they hold us up here until 9:15, says the guy with out of the money 9:15 puts. The only positive was month over month PCE. It was first time in 2.5 years with 0.2% in back-to-back months. Yeah, but year over year was up. So I mean, the 0.2 is still up. Right? Everyone forgets that. That's a positive 0.2. So if you like annualize the rate of increase on the index, prices are just going up. It's fucking we haven't had negative PCE at all. Shockingly, if you keep adding things together, the sum is, as long as those components are positive, the sum is greater than each individual increase. I know this compounding gains. Sure. Another pullback to 45.20 or just more ripping? When did we rip? Can you please fucking show me on the chart where the rip was? Keep zooming? If I just go all the way in on this candle? Oh, I see it now. Whew. That was intense. All the way from 2390 to 2564. It's like fucking, that's a few basis points. Oh, there's MOASS. Well, we did it. We tested 45.25. Longer dated on the put side of the straddle tonight. I've been going longer dated on the put side of the straddle since Tuesday. Yeah. Looks like someone in the pickle jar bought calls 8 minutes ago. Cave you reverse MOASS at this point? Oh, did it go back down to 23? Son of a bitch. Are you still holding Tesla? No. I got out of Tesla this morning. And then there wasn't really like a good opportunity to get back in. I guess I could have tried to have gotten in here, but not worth it. I probably should have closed my overnight straddle, but here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if this drops $5 again, I can just buy 45.15 calls, and I don't need to buy the puts at all. You know? Genius. And we lost 45.20. What about theta decay? I have 6 days on the put. The calls were 3 DTE? Well, 2 DTE today, but I closed those already. I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, really, I should have closed my puts earlier when we fell to like 45.08, but I was bullshitting about risk management, uh, ironically. Why? What's in 6 days? Next Friday? What about Chewy? Didn't Chewy like shit the bed? I know everyone was getting really bullish on it. Ew, gross. Imagine how everyone felt who went long on Chewy here right after market close. And then imagine how they felt this morning at market open. Ha. The best risk management is the one where you don't bother to pay attention as you lose money. Yep. I didn't even have 1 DTEs to manage. I just I just simply forgot about the position. Circle the point where they dumped their calls and bought puts. Oh, right here. I thought that was really obvious on the chart, but yeah. I only care about BTC if it's crashing, which I assume it must be because GAF's here. Perfect. Yep. This is perfectly in line with my expectations for BTC to fall back to my buy-in target of 12,357. It's all going according to the plan. Just zoom in. Yeah, I know it is. My plan. Not your bull plan where you have moving averages and you're like, it's gonna go up. It's zoomed in enough. If I had to pick a time to sell BTC on this chart, I feel like back here might have been better. BTC will never drop to 12K. People told me that about 15 last time. What did BTC hit when all the hedge funds dumped it in 2020, Gaff? One more time. Do you remember? I do. Selling at the top, you say? Bold strategy. I mean, I didn't sell perfectly at the top, but I sold pretty close to the top. I was like, this fake money is 50 grand. It's gone. And I got rid of it. Now, I will admit that later that year, when it hit like 70, I felt pretty bad. But now I feel great about it. Also, win Cardano $5. BTC is backed by NVIDIA AI. It's going to Moonillion X. Nah, BTC's goods are way too hard to crank. I'll do you one better. I had one BTC that I transferred into LRC. Oh, Jesus Christ. You win. RSS tells me selling is not a legitimate investment strategy. Hodl for life. Michael Saylor told me so too. I sold my last VCC at 2200, but I also bought it dirt cheap. You held an impressively long period of time. When ES 466650 2025 6 7 8 30. I just averaged down my SQQQ position. I really like the fundamentals of the company, and the CEO, Mike Wilson, has assured me that September will be a great month for them. I wonder if one day in the future we're gonna treat like former BTC billionaires like Vietnam, like Vietnam vets. Like, he held BTC way too long. You know, like those people that bought Dogecoin at 70 cents. Delta Neutral's $100 underneath us. Wabeef. You mean GN? Because they suck. The Bulls suck, and they have no one to squeeze out, so there's no one to keep buying their garbage. Oh, Lily, look at us. We're almost there. We're gonna get our free straddle. 2 straddles, 1 price. At 45.25 ES. I'm already there. Bastard. Doge was so good to me in 2021. I did far better on my Doge than I did on my GME. I sold my Doge too, but I didn't get out of it till like 30 cents because I wasn't paying attention to what was going on with it. So I missed the top by a lot. But I also bought it for like 0.00001. It's the best $50 investment I've ever made. I had a cousin who wanted to commit insurance fraud by throwing his PC with his BTC bought at 60K wallet in a lake. But apparently you can't claim that kind of loss. Nope. Nice. And you still have a mortgage? I didn't even know Elon was on SNL. I don't generally pay attention to pop culture events. Also, does Kat look like she's turning around? You mean to the downside? Uh yeah, a bit. I mean, it's down. New Jersey housing is expensive as fuck. No, it's not. I have a house on Long Island, which is like a step up from New Jersey. That's not that crazy. Gaff, if you need a better job, I can get you in at Pimco. And then you can try to buy Southern Californian real estate. They have Kava, like, right next door. It was, yeah, crazy. It was literal Dogecoin, special biggest sell the news event in crypto. Went from 69 cents to 35 in 5 minutes. Sounds about right. Can we get a Sunday Fun Day SS stream with the mods? I need a good laugh. Or you want me to stream with the Super Stonk mods? You think they'd come on here? What's your latest thoughts on Tup? Is it doing anything? R1K is or R2K is dying today, so Tup should be flat. Tup's flat. It doesn't look super anything. All right. All right, Lily. We're samesies now. SNL revealed how little personality Elon actually has. He didn't even have enough personality to pretend not to be a robot. Just get Gaff a job at State Street so I know who's bending me over. He wouldn't be a good fit with their corporate culture. By OPEC, Snap should be primed to sell some in the money CCs again. But you still own Snapchat? Does SVX have a prayer for a bounce, or is it like praying to your fake god? Oh, why? Are you long? That's... You should have sold when it was up. I tried to get updated options trading with my broker, but they use Santori to validate your credentials, and I got denied for being a bot shill paper hand. Huh. Satori? Are you making like a super stock joke? Supposedly, I was like the biggest shill in like super stock history, and Satori approved me no problem. Explain that. I just entered 4520 calls, 0 DTs, thinking it could, and wondered if you agreed. I don't. Satori makes cheese? That's Sargento. Because of the collar pushback. The collar pushback's at 4500 though. It's just like some extra resistance to the downside at 4500. It's not like they're going to pull the collar off and the underlying's going to rip. No, you were a grifter. Oh, I get it. What did I miss? Don't forget to check out the merch shop, by the way. Are we talking OG RSS shills? Because present, yep. You got banned, right? Were you banned before me? Or are you still not banned? My favorite thing is like when Turd goes to RSS and he like tries to talk to them like reasonably with no mention of anything. They're like, you're a pickle licker. You're all tied up with those pickle people. They all just like immediately distrust all the actual information he's giving them. I see that interaction happen with Turd like once every couple months, and it always makes me laugh. I always leave just before I get banned. I'm the GME equivalent of you can't fire me, I quit. Shockingly easy to quit. GME. It's the money doesn't matter, Baradactyl. It's it's about hold on, it'll come to me. They're making a state no legacy principle. There you go. Yeah, it's not about the money. It's about putting Kenny in a jail cell because they're jealous of all the money he has because they won't get off their asses and do some actual fucking work in the time they spend bitching about their stock price going down on Reddit. I'm your Trojan horse. Wait, hold on. You're not banned? You ready to write some DD? Did you say put Kenny in a new luxury yacht? I think so. I'm pretty sure you accidentally stopped SS from buying any options at all, and you were just trying to educate? Maybe. No, I'm banned. I was accused of being you by that one guy who memed me as a Trojan horse. I still only have one Reddit account. It's not a lie. I don't have to hide anything from anyone, right? I think only married people need to have like an account that they do nasty things on. I can just do nasty things on my primary accounts. I should have stayed at SS. I'd be much better off without options in my life. Would you? I will forever be associated with being a pickle licker. Meanwhile, I was the first to ever bring up the topic about DRS, and the post was deleted by the mods. I mean, if it's any consolation, turd, I still blame you entirely for DRS. You think this breaks down further or bounces? I'm straddled at 45.15. I don't, I mean, I don't have any opinion. But 45.20 on futures is an important level. We're very close to retesting it. Get another one going. R slash definitely not Girk from Pi-Fi. They're still going with the DRS strategy. I haven't been there for a while. I assume. I really don't know. A couple months ago, they stopped popping up in my feed when I was scrolling, so I actually have no idea what's going on there anymore. I assume they're still DRSing and making up conspiracies, supporting each other in their task of hodling, talking about life-changing gains while doing nothing. Fact, data, evidence, fickle pickle tickler. The ability for your hypothesis to be tested repeatedly. Any idea why PSQ and SQQQ would have a combined 20 million FTDs on August 4th? Probably because they're loaded to the tits with puts, and the market makers got to get liquidity from somewhere. Their strategy was to never sell. It doesn't matter what the stock is doing anyway. Oh yeah, that guy martyred himself for the infinity pool. I forgot about that. I can't even get fucking margin on my GME shares, let alone a loan. It's my fault for reading, but also the dog's fault and the others for making it an absolute strategy. I mean, all Creand ever did was just reiterate everything you guys talked about all day and then called it DD, right? And you guys were like, oh, this is awesome. Creand's our popular mouthpiece. That's why you never got credit for any of your ideas, turd. Because everyone thinks Creand did all the research and wrote all the DD. Meanwhile, he was just a Pomeranian and assless chaps. What are futures looking like? Like they're testing 4520. You want to see them? Is that what you're saying? I'll show them to you. See, we're not even that far away from the bottom. Does anybody have a good assless chaps guy? Ask Popcorn or JFresh. They're in Texas. What's delta neutral on Caterpillar? Will it return if I mean it's still above gamma neutral right now. Oop, that's the wrong company. Hold on. Why are people still playing this? This play was over and done with. All the money was made. You guys gotta learn to let go of things. Like Dave and fucking Snapchat. Cat looks pretty bearish. Delta neutral's at 265, GN's at 270. Adabit not knowing what options are was insane. Really? Did that surprise you? How does AMC look? Like a bag of shit? Futures caught a bid, but not like a good one. You mean to tell me the people who gave horrific advice on how to deal with the GME situation also didn't know what they were talking about? Gasp. Some people say he's still writing that DD, Odorous Dan. Wait, so I wasn't supposed to be holding Wetzel's pretzels build a bear? I got out of the second Tesla call with just enough profits to cancel out the one I lost on earlier in the day. Fun times, learning experience, time for a nap. Enjoy your nap, functional chungus. Oil is up like 200 BPS today. Same like bullish for reduced costs and less input cost to industry. No. Mods on SS weren't traders. Mods on SS weren't anything. To this day, none of them fucking understand any aspect of the stock market besides how to DRS shares. That's not fair. They were embarrassing. I hear we're due for more shortages. In what? In silicon? I don't know. I doubt it. Buy, hold, DRS. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. I don't want to buy calls again, but I'm so bored. I mean, I guess we could go back to 25. It looks worse than earlier, though. There's a whole valley here. I'm gonna load up. Can we stop trash talking GME? My entire net worth is tied to it. That's a you problem. Would you would you rather just hear nice things about it and pretend like everything's okay? Believe it or not, you can say bad things about it and the price of the stock can still go up. How's the test of 4510 looking? About the same as a test of 4525. How to cure boredom trading, which is obviously not good. Just paper trade? Yeah, you could do that. Oh, WeBull has that, doesn't it? Ew. But how do you put money in it? Never mind. That's stupid. How about something different, Gurk? What are some worst case scenarios you can see happening in the next 6 months that would totally destabilize things? I talk about that every weekend. Magical thinking says you're wrong. What style is chicken do you usually go for with Chinese takeout? Huh. I don't, I don't generally get chicken when I get Chinese takeout. If I were to get a chicken, Kung Pao chicken? Or sesame chicken? I like the spicy though. Yeah, duck is way better. But most takeout places don't have duck. Why would you want to say bad things about my favorite company? I'm not saying anything that's not true about them. It's not like I'm lying about your favorite company. I'm just stating the facts and you don't like to hear them. And then I say mean things. I miss our options and our Wall Street bets pre 2020. Yeah, they were way cooler back then. Even terms like strangle and straddle, coupled with massive losses, I'm starting to believe options aren't very family friendly. Just, just tell your family they're vigorously feeding pigeons. To everyone that GME is their favorite company, why? Oh man, you're hitting with the hard questions. I didn't realize this was like 60 minutes. Low gun mod chili oil sauces. So good. Hmm. I feel like there's like a Sichuan place by me that has something that sounds like that I've gotten that was really good. I don't know if it was chicken though. I think it was like pork. Yeah, we're talking about snacks. What's up, Squamsk? Airbnb short reentry? Yeah, probably. Is there a chance to test a new low today, or are we boring from here on out? If we fail at 45.20, then maybe. Jimmy Store is probably the worst store outside of Ross and the Hood. Actually, Ross has great margins. They do really well. You can dress for less. I don't care if you lie to me, but can you tell me this one of those head and shoulders that breaks up for no reason looks bearish? Oh wait, did you want me to lie to you? Looks bearish. Huh. See what I did there? That's on a pizza stone and a pellet grill. Don't get a pizza stone. They just crack. Get a steel. They're much better at transferring heat. You want a quarter inch to a half inch thick 18 by 18 square piece of steel. Get it from like a stainless steel food grade and get it from like a fabricator. They'll just cut one for you. Season it a little bit and make sure you get all the oils from the cutting process off, but or whatever fits your grill top, 16 by 16, what 16 by 16 by like 1 ideally, 1 inch or thicker. Buy from McMaster Car. How much are they from them? Pizza doesn't get made in a pan. Pans have sides. How the fuck do you... What kind of pizza are you making in a pan with sides? Not good pizza. GameStop in North Tustin? I've been there. Was it looks bearish, the lie? You'll never know. Was that it for the express post reverse split dump? It doesn't have options yet. He already said not good pizza? Oh, I didn't see that part. (1950s) asbestos casserole pan. They impart a je ne sais quoi. It's almost like too good of an insulator to be. Is that that can't be a real thing? (1 inch thick? That'd break the rack in the oven. No, it won't. Believe me, I have a super shitty oven. Works fine. Why such a price difference on QQQ puts versus calls at the money? Parity? Risk-free rate? Vol? On QQQ and SPY, it's probably not skew, because that'd be like an arbitrage opportunity, right? So, I guess it could be. Depends on how efficient you believe markets to be. It isn't. I mostly say things based on the ebb and flow of nonsense. Okay. I mean, it sounds believable. Like, they loved making shit out of asbestos, but a pan, I feel like, wouldn't work really well. Does the market go down tomorrow or pumperinis? I don't know. There's new data tomorrow. 18 by 18 1 inch stainless steel plate would weigh 93.6 pounds. Thank you, Steely Dan, steel expert. What's your point? You don't take it out of the oven once you put it in. To cut this one DTE out at a reasonable loss right here or ride and pray to Gork again. I mean, if they're going to pump it up to 45.25 again, now's the time. Calls are cheap as fuck. The one I have is 3/4 of an inch thick, but it's 16 by 16. I wish all GameStops were made out of asbestos, so RC could call that 1-800 number and get paid. Got the entire stock market boxed in. Also 16 by 16 and 1/4 inch thick. That's like a tree stump. That's got to be hard to work with. What do you what do you use for sexy times? Like a greased up skillet? What holds up the market if they de-risk everything? Nothing? Hefty bags from Costco and an extra large broom handle. No risk, no reward. What if we just closed today at 45.15? How would you guys feel about that? Apple profit to sales almost 8. Who looks at that valuation and buys more? No one. That's why it's not going up as much today. I feel the same as yesterday. At least everyone read what I wrote and didn't buy .1 delta options at market open today, expecting us to moon to 4,600. Right, guys? Don't at me, bro. Definitely not us. That's what I love to hear. Well, we did do pumpies. Were you here for that part? Then the pumpies failed at resistance. Is it possible that we close right at the open price, further reducing open close variance in a manner that would lower the VIX? No, that's crazy. Can we move more than $15 either direction tomorrow? Well, we should open up a little more movement tomorrow with the collar being out of the way. And all the in the money calls selling off today. We got 30 minutes left. Can we move up to 45.50? Probably not. 45.50 is mostly sold. I didn't get to see what you wrote, Sistani. Why can't Market Basket keep their meat not wet? Genuine concern. They enjoy moist meats. How about this? We've got 30 minutes left. Can we move to 25.10? we can. That's within the range of possibilities that the current structure of positioning presents. We can also move to 45-25. If they really buy a lot of calls, maybe even 45-35. But so far, they're not buying a lot of calls. What should I do if my meat is always moist? Uh, get some talcum powder. Bread it, egg wash it, and then bread it again. I sold an in the money 0.9 delta put credit spread at open. Same like 0.1 out of the money contracts at open. No, that's a bit different. Ugh. Everyone's always talking about the JPM collar. This is the little collar. This isn't the big one. They need to be talking about Dick's Golden Condor boxing in the whole market. Dump it. Really? You're going to abbreviate your name? Cornstarch, unless you're trying to sue J&J for that asbestos cash. Talc works better. What's egg wash in this context? Egg, milk, whipped in a bowl. Why is it that non-athletes can obtain athlete's foot? I mean, remember when you were a little kid and you like played a sport and they gave you a trophy? Same. Like you weren't good at that sport. You definitely weren't good enough to deserve a trophy, but you got one. Athlete's foot's like that for adults who don't wash their feet. So about 25 million worth of 0 DTE 4390 Cs to stop the drop there. Degens. It's pretty degenerate. The shampoo running down my body washes my feet. It turns out fapping is a sport, so everyone is eligible for athlete's foot. Don't get athlete's foot on your genitals. Fapping? That's the oldest sport. It's not the lack of washing feet, but washing feet in public like a poor. Hmm. Wait, do poor people wash their feet in public? I never did that when I was poor. I washed my feet at home. Adults that don't take their socks off to let their feet breathe. But we already went over this. If you don't wear socks while you're having sex, how are you supposed to slide back and forth on the floor?
Do pores have feet? Oh, I mean, if the leprosy doesn't get them, yeah. Hey, BFF, what time should I pick you up from the DC airport? That's never happening. The pizza place closes at 10 p.m., and their pineapples are in high demand. You just said three untrue things in the same sentence. Jockitch is a rite of passage. The people need it. Also, YouTube censors some weird shit. Yeah, they do. Make VIX 10 again. These are the parts I reference when people ask what we talk about here. Good. We wouldn't want outsiders coming in here and hearing what we say. It'd be embarrassing. This is boring. Sell off or something. Well, there's a call wall at 45.10, and then another one at 45.25. The Bulls can't even get their own calls in the fucking money. Remember, kids, don't share toe rings. Jesus fucking Christ. This is dull. You finally made me realize how boring this is. All I did today was sell the calls from my straddle, and then I bought them back later. This, I've performed two market actions. Will the Bulls have performance anxiety after today? I mean, it depends on who you ask. If you ask Burry, they've lost their momentum. If you ask Tom Lee, he would tell you that this is a healthy consolidation on the back of better than expected inflation data. Do you think DTCC changed to gap risk and variance on risk? Variance at risk charge, which takes effect October 2nd, puts a time limit on them de-risking. No, but it can increase their positional risk or at least increase their deposit requirements. Maybe you could put some horizontal lines on the chart where my golden condor is so people can understand the price action better. Listen, dump into close. You're not the only person that sold a condor today. It's not special. Stop trying to make it a thing. Does that fail due to ranging in the upper shoulder? Uh, Not failed yet. Especially not on an index. I have a new business idea. I can get exactly $949 of free stuff here in California and ship it to you guys in other states for free. I like this business idea. What kind of stuff is it going to be? How boring the stream is. I agree. This pickle themed stream has no pickles, but we have a bullcock. Unrelated, have you considered an entire stream as a jar of pickles? Just a green screen and OBS, your face on the jar. I'd love that. I've told people if they can tell me how to become a VTuber, we'll get the popularity of this channel sky high in no time. It'd be like me, except I'd be a cartoon anime waifu. Make it so. I need help. What song would be most irritating to play to people stuck in a multi-hour queue? Ooh. Um Photograph by Nickelback. Do you think HE is gonna hit 15 tomorrow? That'd be cool. Next second step is I don't need Botox. I have a baby face. Let's get physical by Olivia Newton-John. Nice. Gherk, you literally look 22. No, I don't. You don't have to lie to me. Interesting. Where else would I get? Okay. Could the Sunday members stream also be a cooking with Gherk stream? Where you stream for your kitchen and teach us food too? Yeah, but then I'm going to require everyone to be a billionaire. HE hit 15 in pre-market today, I think, but pre-market does not matter. I mean, it matters because that's where the shorts are doing all their covering. I'm 36 and I look 22. I can say that. I always do my liking of the stream off hours. Huh. Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't make a single trade today. Don't feel bad. There wasn't anything worth trading, really. I traded Tesla today. That was cool. Briefly. Although the excitement of that wore off after 10 a.m. I think they rolled the baby collar. November 30 270p as 5100 volume. 47 475 also has 5100. It should be more than that. It should be like 11.4, right? Or is this the baby color? Maybe you're right. All I did was set price alerts and cancel my J&J stop limit. I didn't even put a stop on Johnson & Johnson. Nope, here's the pump. We got 15 minutes. Ugh. I made like $2 on meta puts. Nice. Let's see if SPX finally closes gray. Fuck, we're pretty close. Market maker would love that. Alexa, play Baby Shark. Siri, play Baby Shark. Hey Google, play Baby Shark. There, I got everyone. Y F. Just my earbuds. Joke's on you. I didn't expect you to get you that easily. Jen. Cortana? No, that's not even worth it. You can't get me. It was already on. Rimson Tibbs, I hate you. Listen, man, I'm just trying to make sure you keep your job, all right? You want that other guy get in your office. That's up to you. Do you know those devices can map the room they're located in? Yeah. I don't own any of them, but shadow ban check bullcock. Why does YouTube let you write bullcock, but Dave can't write jock itch? Imagine having a spy device in your house to give Bezos free voyeurism. Why is everything squeezing after Baby Shark? Do it again. Doesn't it do that based off the like strength of the Wi-Fi band signals? Indeed, very bullcock. Also, shitpost is okay? Yeah, it's weird. It's so arbitrary, right? That's the compound word. Jock itch. Ah, I see. Look at you go. Last call for the Airbnb short train. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Took Tesla for one more ride. Thank you, Pickle Man. Nice, dude. The fact that Tesla didn't break 6150 today is pretty bad, actually. Okay, let's see the full day's volatility in the last 12 minutes. Oh, there it goes. You missed it. VUPs or downs tomorrow, my pickle. We have a lot of data in the morning again. Non-farm and unemployment. Those are going to be important. I mean, if unemployment's down, it's like almost a guarantee that the Fed's going to do 0.25 at this point, right? Especially with PCE up. So the Fed nowcast will move up, and then, or like the inflation nowcast or whatever, the fucking CBOE like Fed prediction, whatever that one's called. And then makes it a little harder to push the case of a softening labor market. Which, I mean, is already peak irony after 3 months of them being like, but the labor market's super resilient. And now it's softening, and they're like, this is great. The labor market's softening. Bulls in shambles. They've told so many lies at this point that the web. What is it? Oh, what a web we weave when first we set out to deceive. Tangled web. I've heard the problem with the labor market softening is the labor marketing softening. The problem is there's not enough soft goods to replace the soft market. Wait, did I post that meme of bulls pushing rope last night? I hope so. Oh, okay, thank God. I did. It's okay. I got scared there for a second. USD, the peso's been kicking the dollar's ass all year. What date are you targeting your straddle call side today? 1 DTE, 0 feels short. Anything further feels like paying too much for long weekend theta. I can't play, but I want to learn your thought process. The calls I just bought are for tomorrow. But I also didn't have to buy puts today because I bought, like, the price just fell back to my straddle from last night. Jayfir's still cleaning his pool. Last I heard from him was a noisy bird and a voluminous dump. Maybe he fell in again. Idea for pickle-themed LOTR saga, Fellowship of the Zero DTE Cultists, the two straddle leg towers, Return of the Pigeon Whale. You know where CBOE fucked up? They didn't create like an icon for Zero DTE. That's what we need. We're the graphic artists in the pickle jar. We need a logo for Zero DTEs. And it's got to be better than a purple circle. Give you sure it's nervous or just in full control? Full control. How do you feel about a green triangle? Like Delta? No. Best I can do, purple oval, red circle. Fire, because it burns, but is also fire. Like gonorrhea. Fun to get, but terrible to carry. What about a green zero with an odd dash asterisk in the middle? It's a bit too meta. I like the Japanese symbol of the setting sun they put on their zeros in World War II. It fits. Well, the airplane was a zero. I don't know if using imperialist Japanese flags is the best idea. Bull's getting whacked hard. I like it. It's pretty cool. Wait, the perennium? Did you tan yours today? Hmm. Zero DTE in bold text. It's a kamikaze fighter that's destined for failure. A perfect representation of zero DTE. Interesting. J&J crash into close. It's doing a thing. Gherkin it. I did it. I got both legs of my spy straddle for tomorrow out of the money. Winning. Look at you go. Skull and crossbones. It's overused. A literal fuckload of 14 to 30 DTE posts came in on TLT during the last 2 hours. Someone's getting ready to dump some bags. It's time to roll over all the fucking treasuries they bought for the pump, I guess. I just sent you a logo on Discord. Oh shit. That's pretty dope.
That was quick. Not bad. Bro. Like it's not it's like actually decent. It's too scary. Okay. Yeah, let's get the public opinion. Evil Eye of Sauron vibes. It's a Palantir. He's been maybe playing too much Diablo 4 recently. Reminds me of my ex for some reason. You could roll your puts to a much, much later date. What's something that could be glorious, destructive, and implies a limited time component? Hot girl in grippy socks. Ding ding, the day is done. What just happened to Apple? Shit the bed. Color appears to be 470, 47, 45, 4270. Okay. And it's just a little one. It doesn't matter much. We'll talk about it again if we drop to 4,300. I made money today. Yeah, but like, was it worth it? Fixing a pop if earnings is good tonight? Okay. That's usually what happens to things when they have good earnings. In World War II, they crammed pigeons into rocket-guided missiles and trained the pigeons to peck at a screen to keep the missile on target. Smart. Pigeons are the best navigators. All right. Well, we did in fact dump into close. You notice how dump into close isn't talking about how great his iron condor is now. Um, that's because he didn't get out of it in time. You're the man. Keep it up. I appreciate all the learning. I made 5K today somehow. Impressive. Well done. Thank you so much, baby. Well, Nuke. I'm good. I legged into each side for more credit than the max loss. Oh, okay. That's why it's a golden condor, not an iron condor. What about a copper condor? What's a platinum condor? Is that where you sell the spreads in the money and then they move out of the money? So you leg into the spreads in the money, but oh.
Spicy. You should really change your PFP on YouTube to that Subway Cup fleshlight picture I sent you. I'm just happy a Genie play is making me money this time. Congratulations. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Not a lot to say about today. Obviously, the Bulls failed to gain gamma neutral in any meaningful way, and lost the majority of their upside positioning here at the end of the day, while continuously pulling back in the money calls throughout the day. So a little more range to the downside opened up going into tomorrow's non-farm payroll and unemployment data. I don't even know what the expectations for those are right now, but I'll find out tonight and do a write up about it and all that. And we'll see how positioning has changed with VIX rocketing back to 1360 at close. We can take a look at futures here that have gloriously failed their test of 4520 finally. Now trading at 4516.75. If we get a continuation of the breakdown here, we should get a test of 4500 or 4490. At which point things could actually start to get a little bearish. But let's not get too excited about the downside yet. Tomorrow is Friday. And Friday is for the market makers. So, thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.